Hello, welcome back. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to No Man's Sky. Honestly, I really love what they've done to the music in the start screen here. It's very cool. Almost a little bit cyberpunk, I would say. Anyways, though, um, I'm awake. No, I haven't had the best night's sleep, but should be fine, should be fine. I ate a little bit too much, funnily enough, for breakfast just now, because I still had lasagna left over from yesterday, and it was honestly a little bit more than I thought. I probably could have had that for lunch instead of breakfast, but then again, in theory, you should eat quite healthily for breakfast. And it's just that I think in combination with my coffee, it is quite stomach filling, I would say. Which, speaking of that, I still want to drink my coffee as well. Kind of forgot that I actually wanted to drink a little bit less coffee today. Oh well. There is no raid session tonight, so no need for me to drink any coffee before that. Anyways, though, what are our plans for today? I am still desperately in need of cadmium to repair my starship. So that's what I will be looking for. And while I'm doing that, I will try to actually build a mining outpost that hopefully will be capable of infinitely mining that stuff for me. It's going to be interesting because I have no clue what kind of materials I will need to build the outpost itself. So that might also need some stuff. I don't know. And beyond that, well, I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know how difficult it'll be. And I still don't really know how to specifically look. I guess we'll find out, right? We'll find out. Let's get into this and see how that works. Honestly, hearing this menu music, when No Man's Sky originally launched, I thought they had, the music was one of the things that I thought the game did well when it launched. It had a pretty cool sort of soundtrack. It still does, as you can hear. Problem being, I feel like I feel like it doesn't actually get used all that much. At least not in the capacity that I would like it to be. I mean, again, as you can hear, it's getting used right now. But somehow that happens somewhat infrequently. So I wish that was a thing that just happened quite a bit more often, honestly. Let's see. Was there a thing? Wait, if I put in silicate powder and ferrite, wasn't that a thing that you could do? No. Huh. Honestly, I might want to have a couple more glass pieces. Yeah. I think we're going to be starting off here by refining a bunch of stuff because I do still have a bunch of things here in my exosuit that need refining. So we'll be starting off with that, nothing super complicated or adventurous yet. Oh, whoops. Should also start the process. Then let's harvest our plants. I might actually... Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's actually worth it to change what plans I have here, because it might actually be quite beneficial to have all of these resources, you know, being stocked up over time. So that if I do need them, I can just grab them from my inventory or containers, and it'll be there and ready to use. These ones I can sell though. Let's double check the exocraft. This also has a lot of stuff on it, I just realized. I should probably move that over for the time being, right? Wait. How many slots do I still have? 5? 3. Ooh. 1. Just need to make sure that... Oh, wait. Do I have anything that should be put in here? Metal plating? See, that's one of the things where I'm not really quite sure how to properly start building my base. Why is this in here? I thought I discarded it. Whatever. Let's put it in here. Oh yeah, I can put away all the plant stuff. This and this and this and this. Did I miss anything? That one. Okay. Pick up the glass. Put that back. And we'll be refining more ferrite. Wait, do I still have a complete stack of that? I should. A stack of 500. Let's refine this. I might want to build... What did I say last time? I wanted to have at least 5 medium refiners? I always forget where they are. There you go. And magnetized ferrite, dihydrogen jelly. Yeah. Just makes things, you know, easier. Wasn't there a way to... Let's see, cycle time? I cannot rotate axis. Is there no way to rotate it, like, exactly by 90 degrees, by the way? Can I, like, put them next to each other? Well... I thought I might be able to put them next to each other and make it look like they're, like, one unit, essentially, but... Oh. At least this way, you know, you can work on multiple things at once and don't have to wait the entire time for the other things. Let's see. I probably want to have more magnetized ferrite as well. Yeah. So let's refine a big stack of this as well. More ferrite dust. The rusted metal actually takes quite a bit longer than you'd think in order to be refined. Right. Anything that I can put down? I can still put the Mordite away. There is still more here, though, that I want to transfer over. Oh yeah, let's actually start with these ones. Oh, right, the hermetic seals I actually still need for the technology, right? Dioxide I'm still missing, deuterium I'm still missing, that's what I'm currently looking for. Transfer this over and transfer this over. Put that stuff away. Little bit of inventory management here to begin with everything. I hope that's fine, but yeah, the metal platings I'm gonna grab and put them into my inventory as well as the glass because I might actually need it to build things. Parts of the hydrogen. Oh wait, the storm crystals. The storm crystals I can put away. And the mortar can be moved here as well. Okay. Living slime. Okay. That should hopefully be the last stack of that slime stuff that I still needed to deal with. Okay, so there's a stack of 100 ferrite dust here. Definitely still want to refine more of that, because I'm gonna be getting even more ferrite dust with the rusted metal that I still have. Actually, that being said, I can just look at what I need for these. Chromatic metal plating I definitely have. Yeah, magnetized ferrite I'm currently refining a lot of. Chromatic metal would be another thing. So I might want to refine a couple more copper pieces. Okay, this is quite easy to build. I do have enough carbon. I have enough ferrite dust. The mineral extractor needs metal plating and chromatic metal. Okay, so the only thing that I really need... how do I craft metal plating again? It is quite easy to do, but I... Also ferrite dust. Alright, so I do definitely also want to keep a bunch of ferrite dust around. Well, that's good then. It does mean, however, that I definitely want to grab more copper. Also, by the way, let me quickly open up my notes that I put down for what kind of materials I still need to collect currently. Oh, there's still a bunch in here as well. Well, I do have enough copper currently. I can probably put one stack of carbon away. The issue would be, how do I access my container storage? I think it might be worth it to build one of these as well if you're building an outpost. Issue obviously being, I would, in theory, well, in theory I don't have to build all three, but if I'm already going to be starting building them, then I might as well. Huh, yeah. I don't know. I wish there would be a way, I mean, maybe there is later on, where I can just send stuff to my freighter if I park it in the same system or something. Because, well, the goal would be, if it works out like I planned so far, the goal would be to build mineral extraction sites for all the materials eventually, right? Obviously that's going to take time, but I kind of want to do that eventually. If I would then be required to put down storage containers every time I'm building an outpost like that, that could get quite tedious over time. So Yeah, I'm not entirely sure with that, to be honest. All that for 20 nanites. Pure ferrite. Yeah. I could have just... Oh well. Anything else I still want to do? Oh yeah, the chromatic metal. Shit, I forgot about taking the carbon out. Let's grab that again real quick. Carbon, I was copper, not carbon. And I can just sell the rest of the mold. Yeah, I might want to look into how to create chromatic metal more efficiently again. But, let's see. Well, that was worth it, wasn't it? More ferrite dust. More chromatic metal. Do still want to keep a stack of copper around, though. You never know if you still need it for some sort of other building thing. Let's turn a little bit more silicate powder into glass. Magnetized ferrite. How's this sorted, by the way? Somehow it's sorted. Oh, those are different inventories. I completely overlooked that. Yeah, I mean, I need a bunch of ferrite dust, right? Sodium, cobalt. Might want to purchase a couple more wiring looms eventually. So far, so good, though. I mean, if I still need to refine something, I can just do so eventually. I feel like there was still something that I wanted to put in here. Or here, maybe? Yeah, this thing. Hard frame engine. I still need a walker brain, by the way. Oh, the Fesium needs to go into the other thing. Yeah. Antimatter housing, navigational data. The rest I need, more or less. Fesium can go in here. And then I think there are a couple of materials that I can actually stack. Silicate powder. How much ferrite do I have? A lot still, in theory, but it might actually be worth it to keep that, right? I mean, it's not like I would be running out of inventory space, so should be fine. I actually wish that these refiners would show a different light when they still have materials to collect, right? Because they're green whenever they're available, more or less. But they're also green when they still have materials in them, so why not make them yellow or something if there's still something that you need to collect from them? Okay, and let's transfer over the rest of this stuff as well. Except for the hermetic seals, because those are required for the next upgrade that I want to build for it. Okay, should be ready here in a couple of seconds, hopefully. The dihydrogen I can already keep in my inventory because that's going to be... Well, then again, I mean, on my freighter, it will be accessible via the storage containers, so... Carbon... I have a lot of carbon in my inventory now. Let's put that in here and put a stack of these in here as well. All right. Now onto the more pressing matter. Well, first of all, I might be able to do his daily mission. What does he want? Collect agricultural. The farmer seeks a fresh sample from a particular plant. Collect samples from farm crops in a planetary refrigerator. Why do these missions never actually tell you what they want? That is so annoying. What the hell? Can I just go with, like, a... Oh, collect more dye. Now it tells me. Why isn't it telling me in my inventory what they want? I don't get it. Or in my log, I mean, where it shows the quest. Why doesn't the quest immediately show what they need? This is such an unnecessary. Toad birch clippings, approximately 961 years old. Adorned with ripe, juicy berries, this plant looks highly nutritious. Even the stems, firm and fleshy, look like they'd be a delight to eat. Oh, that actually sounds really good. Or does he always want more dyes? I'm actually not entirely sure. He might. Let's sell that then. Oopsie. Oh, I was going to say, wait, I still have residual goop, but that's things that I can buy. Don't know why anybody would ever want to buy that. Well, I guess you can generate more nanites that way. 500,000. Pretty good. All right. Q discoveries. Yeah, why not? Let's start in the system that I'm in anyways. Don't want to build on a planet with aggressive sentinels, though. Oh, there actually is no cadmium here. Ooh, wait a second. Was that a material that is actually only available in red systems? It might be. Wait, why does it... What? Oh. Yeah. It's available here. Cadmium, gold, magnetized ferrite, cadmium, ammonia, sodium. On every planet. Alright. Calm down. Cadmium dioxide. I do need dioxide too. Well, I also need phosphorus. Well, that's good then. I think I'm just gonna try to extend my blood moon base, I suppose. Right? Infested planet, stellar corruption detected. It might not be the easiest to build on this planet, but since my base is already there, it means I have a teleporter and everything. I just need to make sure that, well, I can actually build these extractors and whatnot in the right places. Cadmium, phosphorus. I actually want all three of those. Not quite sure with the dioxide. I need it. I'm just not sure whether or not I should. Let's start with the cadmium first. I'm already getting ahead of myself again. Yeah, let's go there and just try to build some stuff. The good thing is that hopefully I'll be able to well, not hopefully, I will be able to go back and forth through the teleporter, right? Which will allow me to eventually grab more stuff if the need arises. Um, One thing though, I'm pretty sure that had like heat storms, right? So before I start building the base, wait, I'm an idiot. Isn't deuterium something that I can, uh, doesn't, I think I'm an idiot. Doesn't that turn into deuterium? It does, doesn't it? Wait, no, it doesn't? Do you need to put in like 2 stacks or something? No. Huh? Catalog and guide, materials and items. It's probably not under recipes, right? Tritium cycling? Or is it tritium that turns into deuterium? Wait, how the hell's... let me double check that. I don't think I actually looked at that last time. For some reason. Even though I talked about needing it the entire time. Source. Refining process. Dihydrogen and tritium. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Dihydrogen. Tritium. Oh, that gives you 250 actually. Wait, didn't I need... they all need cadmium, don't they? Yeah. They all do. Alright, fair enough. Yeah. Well, that does mean, though, that the only other upgrade I would need currently, except for this one, well, this also only needs dioxide, so... Yeah. I'll be flying to the Blood Moon base, then just quickly fly one planet over to grab a little bit of dioxide, and then I'm going to be flying back to start building my base. Because that means that at that point I will have all the upgrades for my exocraft, which will allow me to drive this thing around on the planet's surface. Will also allow me to actually grab, or actually, if I fly over to the other planet, while doing that, I can just call in my freighter to the system. Hopefully? Wait, can I? Is that a thing if it doesn't have, because the freighter doesn't have the hyperdrive to be able to travel through that system, but if I'm already in it, I think it doesn't really matter for calling the freighter, because you also don't need a full warp drive to call it, right? Which is another one of those strange things that I wish they would, I don't know, overhaul a little bit. The way fuel for warp drive works. I think that's another example of something where they should have some sort of automatic refilling. I mean, I don't know. It's making the warp drive automatically refill sounds like a technology that should be pretty difficult to get, right? But if it essentially would be a requirement to call in your freighter into systems, then I think it would greatly diminish the enjoyment that you get out of freighters. So that might be an example of where maybe gameplay should become, or should should be considered before making it more quote-unquote realistic. I don't know. It's, I don't know. I honestly don't. Okay, deuterium. Perfect. Let's build this thing. And then we're going to build the last one here. Alright, let's get over there and start doing this. This has a screenshot now. I guess this is still too small to get a screenshot or something. It's been a while since I've been there, actually. What? Who's that? I feel like this looks different. Weren't there more plants here before? Did the planet change or something? Oh, I should probably use my mining laser for that, right? Maybe it's just not spawning them in? Or something? I thought that I built the space pretty much in woodlands, but maybe it didn't. Oh. Yeah, maybe it spawned some stuff a little bit weirdly. Ah well. Before we start with this one, I wanted to grab the dioxide anyways. Which was on... Let's double check that. This one, right? Frost crystal, cadmium dioxide. I could also... No, it's the only one. Soinethol H48. Is that one? Wait, did it have rings? No, that's Amy 7. I think it's that one. Judging by its outer... Why does the game never show you? Finally, yeah, it is. I don't know why that has to be a thing. Oh well. That's actually quite far away then. What? Object? Oh. No, it's fine. I should have called in my freighter first. Oh well, whatever. Is it gonna deplete my pulse drive? Huh. Seems like there are a lot of objects of interest here. I don't remember the system being this large, by the way. Yeah, it's definitely gonna deplete my pulse drive. Insufficient fuel. Treats you. Oh, fuck. I just forgot. Yeah, I kind of need to call in my freighter already, because otherwise I won't be able to summon my exocraft. I can't. Oh, too close to planet. Wait, really? Shit, hopefully this is gonna work. Oh yeah, it will. What? I'm able to summon in the anomaly, but not the freighter. Should have just tried to do that right away. Insufficient for current system. Alright, so you actually do need to... Well, at least that gives you a reason to upgrade the freighter's warp drive then. I like that though. I actually do. Because it's... Well, otherwise it would be a little bit cheap, right? If you could just do it. I mean, it's fine. I won't be able to get my exocraft here for the time being. Unless I build the bay, I suppose. Which I could do. It won't be available though for this planet. That's fine. That is pretty cool though, because that means that it's another one of those things where I can, you know, upgrade things eventually. I do remember this planet being somewhat annoying to get around on though, because of the huge mountains. Looks pretty awesome. Sadly, I don't really know if there's a way for me to determine where I might find dioxide without having to land, though. Let's maybe just find a good landing spot or something. Which also isn't the easiest, it seems. Ooh, maybe here? Can I land here? Does that work out? Ah, well. Better than nothing. Oh, right. I forgot about... Please let me scan. Please... why? I think that was already annoying last time I was here. Titan worm burrow. Oh, right. We had those things here. Well, magnetized ferrite. It doesn't look like there are many deposits here, actually. Well, that's unfortunate. Another magnetized ferrite deposit. Unless it's more magnetized ferrite. Dioxide. There we go. Oh, right, there's cadmium here as well. Well, it doesn't really matter. I forgot that these weird big mushroom plants have this moving texture on them. Looks really awesome, to be honest. Let's fly over there, though, even though it's going to deplete my launch thrusters, but that's alright. 1 second, I was gonna say... Right, I have additional cold resistance, but cold is the only thing currently that doesn't have an additional layer of protection. Which is fine, but I just need to be aware of that. Alright, let's go over there. Oh god, what? Seriously, it's in the mountainside? Oh boy. That's gonna be annoying to extract. I can't even really land here. Maybe I should have just walked over. Can I maybe... Oh, I might be able to land here then. Yeah. Sure, that's okay. Don't quite understand why it didn't just land horizontally, but fair enough, I guess. Wait, where was it? Dioxide, that's the one. Nope, that's... Oh, for fuck's sake. I always forget that that's a thing as well. No, I don't want to do that. Thank you. Ugh. Yeah, I actually need to be really careful with that jump on this planet. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. See if we can do this. Probably want to mine sort of the... Yeah. The lower edge. Because that way I'll be able to actually stand here. Don't want to hit the Sentinel accidentally. I don't even know if that is a thing. If you could hit them with the terrain manipulator, what that might do. Okay, how much dioxide was that? 84. Well, that's not much. It is enough for my exocraft, though, I think. It's enough for what I needed. And this only needs deuterium, right? Yeah. Alright, that's fine then. Unless one is directly nearby. Magnetized ferrite, cadmium. Why doesn't it let me scan the thing? That is so damn annoying. That's quite far away, though. Wait. Is there another one closer to that? Well, in theory, that is closer. I think I'm actually going to try to just go there by foot. What? Oh my god. Freaking toxic plants. Wait, what? Didn't I... What? Didn't I just mark it? No, I don't... Oh. Why is that so annoying to delete these things, by the way? Okay, there it is. Shouldn't it show up on my... on my radar thing at the top? Oh boy. It doesn't let you sprint when you're on. That's the good thing with mountains, though. It allows you to do that and get around quite quickly. Don't want to be hit by the toxic plant again, though. Ah! Ooh. Yeah, it activates that jump a little bit too easy for my taste. Well, I mean, otherwise it probably would be annoying to activate it at all, but I don't know. The jump's not necessarily a bad idea, but I don't know, with the way it works, it's not the best thing either. I was wondering, can I actually build the warp drive that would allow my freighter to come into the system? Might have to look that up. Or is that a thing? Wait, is that a thing that shows up here actually? It should, right? Freighter. unless I haven't... range. This one. Upgrades to hyperdrive's core bounding magnets, preventing rapid disassembly when attempting to reach rare class red stellar bodies. User is advised to access hyperdrive systems via the galactic map. Well, I will be able to build it as soon as I mine cadmium. I do have warp hypercores. I do have quantum computers still in my inventory. I don't know whether or not I actually have this recipe though. I don't think so because it's grayed out. Do you need buried technology for that, or do I need those weird frigate technology modules, salvage frigate modules? For that, I wonder. I mean, it would definitely be worth it to install that upgrade. Well, sooner or later you want to have those upgrades anyway in your freighter, right? But it would definitely be worth it currently for me because my starship already has the capability, right? And so being able to bring your starship into these systems but not your freighter, yeah, definitely would turn out to be quite annoying. Oh boy, that's really far away. That's cadmium. Well, I don't have deuterium with me anyways yet, right? So mining the cadmium here doesn't really help that much, to be completely honest. Now I need to find a place to call on my starship, which is actually more complicated than I thought. Now, well, it should be able to come in over here, right? Hopefully. Not here, but here. Maybe? Seriously? I can't summon it. That's... What? Oh, there it is. Oh, that is... These things are really, really annoying to scan. Huh? I would have thought this terrain is quite alright for summoning it in, but... Oh, there we go. Sure, you can do it close to the plants, but... Oh, I already scanned those things. That's really far away. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to stay here forever. I actually want to start building my cadmium mining outpost. Ah, there we go. This looks better. At least now it's actually, you know, up or standing the right way. Not in a weird, awkward angle for some reason. Okay. Not enough launch thrusters? Seriously? Weren't they at 83%? I thought, maybe? Oh, that's the pulse engine that's supercharged. Yeah, I might want to get one of these upgrades eventually at some point. What does this one need? Oh yeah, that's the walk-up, right? I wrote that down already. Yeah, it's not actually worth it for me currently to build the Emerald Drive if I can't build the corresponding freighter drive at the same time. Well, while it's still charging, maybe let's let's open up the launch zone somewhat. Really? How many of you guys are here? I completely forgot that I just could have done that to begin with. Just open up a place of empty plane and... Well, now it's not recharging my frickin'... really? Oh, well, perfect. 25% are enough. Please don't tell me that damaged... No, it didn't. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Back to base then. Which for some reason it seems like these two planets are actually the furthest apart in the system. Though I don't actually mind traveling between planets, I just wish that the game had actual proper solar system maps that you could look at and that would make sense and whatnot. Honestly, wouldn't that also be a cool thing to add in the future? I don't even fully remember why they didn't do that in the first place. Might have just been some sort of technical limitation, or maybe they didn't really want to bother with the implementation of all that, but, you know, for a future update, wouldn't that be really cool if at some point they overhaul their engine for creating planets, and then they reset a universe, but then they build it in a way where the stars and suns of systems are actually part of the whole thing? I feel like that would be really, really cool. Maybe they could even add some sort of intergalactic mining beam from your freighter that can mine the sun or something of any given system. I feel like that could be pretty cool. Huh. Yeah, for some reason it might have just been that maybe last time I was here it was just like raining really badly, and so I wasn't really able to see very far, but I definitely think that last time I might even check the VOD for that, but I definitely think that last time I was here it was a lot more dense with these big plants. Might actually be misremembering that though. Anyways, okay, so we need, what do we need? We need, let's see, power survey and mineral survey, correct? No nearby hotspot. Well, that starts off great. Okay, this might be a little bit more complicated than I thought. Wait. Let's see if that's sodium. Because I wonder if the mineral hotspots actually correspond to the mineral deposits, like that one. Let's just go towards it. Don't necessarily want to mine the phosphorus right now, but... The issue is, without my exocraft, I wouldn't really be able to get around that much, right? If I upgrade my exocraft, then I could just drive around here, and it'd be fine, but for the time being, that's not an option. Okay. Let's try that then. At least to see how it works. Right. Great. Put that down, actually. At least I do still have the protection thing. Alright, the beacon should stay, correct? Does it tell me deep level mineral deposit yields phosphorus? Okay, so it tells you what it yields. The problem is there would be no way to generate energy here. Though in theory I suppose you could also build a solar panel next to it. Hotspot discovered. Oh, is this one of those planets where you have an easier time getting around with your jetpack? That actually might be. That's pretty awesome then. Really? Wait, what? If you've already discovered a hotspot nearby, it doesn't allow you to actually grab another one? Well, I do have a battery here. I could extend the energy over there. 400 units is quite far away, but still. So you, what, just need to get lucky? Hotspot discovered. Can I somehow disable this? Or do you have to fly to another place entirely? Potential C. Density underfoot 0%, max density 40%. I have no idea what that means. Well, I mean, to be fair, I do need phosphorus. So I could just... And what do I need to craft more iron batteries? Let's grab a couple of those. Just to be sure. Well... I mean, I was kind of expecting that it worked this way, where it basically gives you a random mineral of the ones that are available on the planet. Question being, how the fuck do I reset that whole thing? Anyways, but yeah, sure. Let's try to. Do I have materials for a solar panel with me? I do. Well, it might be worth it to just build a solar panel next to the mineral extractor instead of extending my electrical wiring all that way, and then just build a supply pipe back to base to supply depot. Do I want to? I probably want to. This is really annoying that it just says hotspot discovered. What if I want to, like, look for another one? Let's look that up. Let's open up a new tab for that. No Man's Sky. Reset. Mining. Survey. Scanner. Survey device functionality. How do you reset a different... Yeah. How do you reset the scanner so it detects a different deposit hotspot? Trying to find my next indium hotspot in the scanner will only stay locked onto the one I've already found. Having to reload or go off-planet to reset it. Just keep moving away from the hotspot. Once you're out of the zone, either a new distance will pop up or you will at least hear a beep when facing the right direction. Just focus on a good class. You need to move farther away from the current one, something like 1,000 units or so. Oh. Well, fuck. I feel like I really should be getting my exocraft then, right? Because otherwise this will be really, really annoying to get around on. I mean, I can always come back here. You know what? Let's do that. Let's return to my island for the time being. Although, wait. Maybe I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. What if I built a geobay? Is it called geobay? Roma geobay. It needs fucking paraffinium. Why does it need paraffinium? Are you kidding me? Well, where the hell do I get that from? Oh no. That's not available here, right? Unless I can... No, I don't even have... Let's go to my freighter. uh, let's go to my freighter real quick. Also gives me an opportunity to potentially send out a new expedition. Why is Twitch showing an unstable connection now? Oh well. It'll probably sort itself out. Let's debrief the fleet. Yeah. Rare item, prehistoric tuning mask, approximately 2,793 years old. Bejeweled and dazzling, this tool has been decorated with countless precious stones, augmented and audacious. This is a one-of-a-kind piece. Wow. Probably worth a lot, huh? And 3.2 million units. Holy shit. Alright. I do still have more than enough dihydrogen, right? Yes. Let's craft a bit more. That's worth 1.2 million. Okay. Yeah, I would say that was pretty good. Where's the market? There we go. Galactic Trade Terminal. Sell freighter Sac Venom 800,000. I mean, that wasn't too bad. That was almost 7 million from that expedition. I like that. Let's see. Well, first of all, upgrade and customize freighter. Base parts and upgrades. There we go. It needs salvaged frigate modules. Oh, right. It needs cadmium as well. I forgot about it. Well, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna mine some cadmium first then, before I actually... Well, first of all, let me actually look at that. Let's take a look. Salvaged. Oops, that's not how you write that. Salvaged frigate module. Where the hell do you get that from? Source. During certain industrial frigate expeditions, 7 to 20%. Rare looting storage units aboard crashed freighters awarded by completing certain missions in the Nexus. Found in crates aboard derelict freighters. Pirate mission board missions. Oh boy. These are actually a lot rarer than I thought. Okay, so the name would suggest that you actually need to salvage frigates, but that's not a thing, okay? So you can get them on expeditions, though, which makes sense, because that means that you know, naturally... It's during industrial missions. So I guess I'm going to be focusing on those for the time being. Let's see, what do you got? Balanced, Discovery, Expedition, Industrial Expedition. It's not super difficult, but, you know, let's hope that we can get it. I wonder if this is... Like the industrial expeditions, I wonder if that's somehow... I mean, depending on mission difficulty, obviously, but I guess the available expeditions are based on the frigates you have, right? Let's just assign... is it worth it to... let's keep it 4 out of 5, because that requires less fuel. Okay, cool. Let's hope that I get 1. At least I know how to get them now. But yeah, that probably means that it actually makes more sense to build a Roma Jubei thing. Which then means that I need to... Wait, building parts? Where was it? It's buildable technology, right? Construction allows the user to summon any owned exocraft from anywhere else in that system. Oh, I have enough paraffinium. Never mind. Where is that? Do I have it in my... Oh, it's here. Okay, perfect. Well, if I have that, then... Cool. Let's go back to the planet's surface then. Lot more bays. Warp to lot more bays. Okay. Well... I mean, I guess as soon as I find a good spot, well, does it make sense to build a second base if I have a teleport and everything already there? Don't know how difficult it would be to build like a... Well, I mean, you can move all these parts, right? I could just deconstruct the entire thing and build it again, because you get the pieces back as well. And I should be able to build the heat shield. Yes. Perfect. Which should allow me to stay on this planet. I guess we just have to find one. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Oh, by the way, did I build the, I did, didn't I? Icarus fuel system? Yeah, enables automatic engine recharging during the day. Which, it's not daylight currently, but... I mean, honestly, it would be really, really awesome if you can sort of just build really long pipe networks that then allow you to, really, that would then allow you to, what's the word, sort of combine all the available resources in one spot. But then again, if it's this difficult to find something, I don't know if it would be worth trying to build it in such a complicated manner. Fuel depleted. Where's the cool voice saying something like that? Finally. That way, 300 lines. I mean, the hotspots don't necessarily seem to be super close, so I don't know if... oh, oops. Please don't tell me that's underwater. It is, isn't it? Shit. Wait, so you can build stuff underwater too? Is that a thing? I guess I can try? Wait. So we have a planet that can get like over 150 degrees hot, but whatever substance I'm in here is actually less hot than the surrounding atmosphere? That is interesting, okay. Phosphorus B. Okay, does it even work? Oh, fuck. Okay, so it doesn't even count as being close to my base anymore. So I'd actually have to build multiple bases then. Hello. Yeah. I'm not gonna bother trying to build a phosphorus thing underwater though. Well, I guess that's good to know. If I need to build another base anyways, I think I'm just going to do that, and then I'm just going to drive back to my original one and deconstruct it. I mean, there really isn't any, reason to keep it. And I guess I can just, I'm just going to see if I can get lucky. And potentially find a power source nearby. But if I don't, I'm just going to build solar panels and batteries. I guess it just kind of depends on... Yeah, this is going to be a lot more difficult than I thought. Fuck. I guess it's just going to depend on... Oops. Sorry. Ooh. Oops. Can I drive over there? Should be able to. Yeah. That's the direction I came from. Probably shouldn't go that way, to be honest. Stop investigating me, you annoying piece of shit. Yeah, it would depend. I mean, I guess if these things are so far apart anyways, there probably isn't a way to build more than one extractor, I suppose. Unless you... What was that? I don't know if you would be able to actually build more than one on any given site anyways. I don't know if that's a thing that makes sense. I feel like the yield of what you can get is way more dependent on the rareness or the you know what it says, the sort of the site thing. Really, oh boy. Oh, in an extreme storm, the exocraft still doesn't count as protection? Oh boy. Yeah, this is going to be a lot more difficult than I thought, I think. Or maybe it does. No, it does. Never mind. I think it's not depleting as it... Or maybe it's just depleting very, very slowly. What? Huh. I wish there would be more, sort of more corresponding to the actual mineral deposits that exist on the planet. Ooh! Holy shit. Well, that's not good. Well, never mind. That was easier than I thought. Yeah. Because now it kind of just feels like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I don't know. I guess there might be a way to... Alright, there we go. Just right forward. That way. You're in the way. Nice rainbow. What's this way though, right? Oh, perfect. See what kind it is. 61 that way. Storms actually last quite a while. Please, please, please give me the right one. Potential C. Sodium. Fuck! Oh boy. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Well, at least I got another one. Like, not phosphorus again. Well, I suppose cadmium is quite a rare mineral, so, you know. Makes sense that it would be somewhat rare. Honestly, I'm just realizing it even seems to be quite rare in terms of actual mineral deposits on the planet. I just wish that, you know, the way it worked wasn't that it just didn't show anything. I think, you know, if you have this survey thing installed, well, I don't know if there are upgrades for that specifically, but to be honest. So I'm not entirely sure if there is a way to upgrade the distance there as well. Because I think it's pretty clear at this point that it would be a worthwhile upgrade. Holy shit. And it seems like there aren't any power sources here whatsoever. Which, again, thankfully isn't really that big of a deal because you can just build solar panels, but... That being said, I do, except for the fact that, you know, it takes a while to even find a site to approach it. It is quite cool to be here because this is what I always wanted out of No Man's Sky originally, or where I felt like they didn't really do enough in this regard. Isn't that where it came from? Yeah, it looks like it might just be the one that I can... Or is it? Didn't I drive further than 200 units? So it might be in a different direction. No, 100 should be pretty close. How did it not show up previously, though? Huh. It's kind of strange. Yeah, it's over here somewhere. Fuck. Oh well. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so this is what I kind of envisioned No Man's Sky to be originally. Not necessarily with the exocraft and everything, but I'm in a red system now, right? Which means that there isn't a space station here. It also seems like there aren't actually buildings, outposts, or any type of structures or loot crates or whatever the game has on other planets. It seems nothing of that is actually here. This is just a planet, right? That apparently nobody's been to yet. Except for that one player that apparently found the system 4 years ago. At least that's what the menu tells me. And that is exactly what I wanted No Man's Sky to be originally. It's just, you know, this big... Is that cadmium or is that sodium? Basically this big... oh, that's phosphorus. I might just want to mine that, huh? Yeah, let's mine that real quick. But yeah, this is what I wanted the game to be originally. Just, you know, you alone on an unknown planet looking for resources, essentially, or looking for new things. Well, not at that point, obviously, it wasn't about resources. I was, you know, looking forward to just discovering whatever weird things the game would throw at me. But, it sort of became something different, I feel like. And for some reason, they insisted to always, and never really changed that, insisted to always have, like, structures and what have you on planets, right? So, This very much reminds me of what I wanted the game to be originally, and it's pretty cool that you can have it, I guess, if you venture out into these, oops. I didn't want to activate the jump. If you venture out into these systems with different shining stars, I suppose. So it's honestly pretty awesome that you can actually find this in the game. I just wish it would be the other way around. That is my big gripe still with No Man's Sky is I wish it would be the other way around, where systems like these, where nobody's been to, you know, they're completely empty. They don't necessarily have to have super, you know, exciting or strange planets and whatnot. That's not necessarily what I want. You know, the more ordinary or boring, the better, because, you know, it'll allow you to just feel more excited whenever something completely unique actually does pop up, right? Oh, that's the hydrogen. Oh. And then, well, the reason why I want this as well is because that way, actually discovering a space station and a system where aliens actually do live in, that would be way more exciting, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Activated cadmium? Seriously? Potential B. Okay, would there be a way to is there a way to refine it backwards or something? Let's see. Activated cadmium. Use. Nope. Activated cadmium is not used as an ingredient for crafting. Wait, what's the point of having it then? Huh. That is strange. Wait, so... Can be placed in a refiner to create purified... Okay, calm down there, Rainstorm. Holy shit. Well, that's unfortunate then. So it seems activated cadmium is purely for getting, you know, more yield out of certain certain things. Oh wait, what? Cadmium can be refined using a refiner. 1 cadmium plus 1 chromatic metal equals 2 cadmium. What kind of recipe is that? Well, it says here, though, it's not used as an ingredient for crafting. That's not true, though. At least... Huh. So if you do have some cadmium, you can just... Well, that is kind of boring. So since I already have cadmium, I could just build a copper mineral outpost that just generates copper or one of the other materials that gives you chromatic metal. And then you just refine the copper into chromatic metal, and then you refine the cadmium and chromatic metal into more cadmium. That's honestly a very, very strange reaction. Resource deposits, orbiting red stars, dismantling pulse engine upgrade modules, dismantling any class of photon cannon upgrades. I do wonder though why the wiki says it's not used in crafting. I don't really... Huh. Honestly, I feel like there should be a way. Why is there no backwards refiner? It would be really cool if you could, like, extract normal cadmium from activated cadmium. Wait, this says in resource deposits.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Cadmium? Activated cadmium. Okay, the wiki also doesn't mention that they're available in these mineral deposit things. Wait a second. No Man's Sky. Cadmium from activated cadmium into normal cadmium. Nope. Oh, wait a second. Activated cadmium can be turned into chromatic metal? It can. Okay, so I could... Oh, that's weird. So instead of... yeah, that's really, really strange. Instead of mining cadmium directly, I could instead mine activated cadmium, and with chromatic metal, then turn it into more chromatic metal, and then I could take normal cadmium with chromatic metal and turn it into more normal cadmium. Interesting. I mean, sure. That would be kind of a funny way to do it, right? It's almost like an actual sort of processing plant in that case, if you will. Let's try to do that, shall we? Yeah. Also means I won't have to drive around anymore looking for that stuff. Okay, where was it? There we go. I'm a little bit further up than I would like to be. Well, first of all, I need to build a base computer anyways. Let's see. Habitable base. Same base. The cool thing is now you can actually, I can actually drive back and forth between my two bases. I might still use the other one to collect phosphorus though. But let's actually see how this works first. Alright, let's see. Let's still call it cadmium because that's the point here, right? Let's still call it cadmium processing plant C01. Or wait, what's the symbol for cadmium again? CD or something. Yeah. Let's call it CD1 then. Or CD0, rather. Makes more sense. Okay. And then let's start with an ally floor panel. Let's see if I can, well, it's a little bit annoying that it's on a mountain like this. Can I build the extractor on top of this, or does it need to stand on the ground? Let's see. Where is it again? Mineral extractor. It's another metal plating. Let's double check. But it does says hotspot discovered. I probably shouldn't have used the phosphorus for this, but whatever. I mean, it doesn't complain. Offline. Activated cadmium. Density 20% B class. Well, I mean, currently I don't necessarily mind if it takes longer. That's pretty awesome, though, that you can put it down onto these things. Does mean that eventually I will have to... I need to find more buried technology modules so that I can build... I need staircases and whatnot for this. Let's see. I mean, I can always build the staircases anyways, right? Put a thing down here. Let's move. Edit place parts. Move. I always forget what the front of these weird things actually is. Is it this one? Almost. Well, I guess it can stay that way for now. No, that's... Edit place parts. Move. That is so strange to try to... Try to place these things. Why is that so difficult to see? Alright. This should hopefully do it. Yes, that looks good. Okay, this is currently offline. Oh, fuck. Edit place parts. Swap move. What did it... That's... not what I wanted to do. Hopefully it didn't get rid of the base or something. Oh no, never mind. It just... It places it again automatically.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Are you kidding me? Finally. Alright, that's what I wanted. Okay. Thing is still here. Yeah. I'm honestly a little bit bummed that I don't have staircases yet for this. Are there sodium, phosphorus? Deep level mineral deposit. Isn't that where I am? That's cool though. So the ones that you have found already, 18 minutes, seriously? 20 minutes? Well, that's on foot though, right? It's definitely cool that the ones you've already found stay where they are. That's really awesome. Well then, let's just well, let's drive this somewhere else for the time being, so that I can. Stop. Park here. Yeah, it doesn't look like this planet actually has buried technology modules. Which, funnily enough, actually makes sense, doesn't it? Because there aren't any structures here, there's nothing else that you can find here, so it makes sense that there wouldn't be anything here, because, you know, in theory, nobody's ever been here, so. Okay, let's just extend the base on this mountainside a little bit. Just establish a couple panels that I can build stuff on. Are you freaking... Why? Sometimes that's really annoying. You press the move button, and sometimes for some reason it just rotates it by 180 degrees instead of instead of 90. Okay, that's the mineral extractor. Let's terrain manipulate that away. Don't know why that stayed. I hope that doesn't appear again. What was it that I still needed? In theory, I would need a battery. I could place this here, right? To make this a facility already. That would probably look pretty awesome, but also prevent me from actually placing down solar panels and well, I could place the battery inside, right? It wouldn't rather. Or let's extend this by 2 more panels. Yeah, I mean, as I said, we'll place staircases down eventually, or other things for that matter, that could make this look more realistic. I mean, I guess I could also place these, right? It doesn't force you to place all the same things next to them. Might look pretty weird, though. I guess I could also place this below it. Yeah. As I said, I just need to grab a couple more of these structures eventually. Let's see, solar panel requires more metal plating. Yeah, well, let's maybe only craft 1 for the time being, because maybe 1's more than enough. Let's see. Do I want to make a building out of this already? Kind of makes sense, right? Would also give me shelter, to be honest. So this is where eventually... Does it give you shelter, by the way? Well, it doesn't yet, because I don't have a roof on it, I guess. Does this always look the same, no matter how you rotate it? I think it does, right? Pretty sure it does? Yes. Yeah, now it counts as being inside, I think. Why is that so complicated? Huh? Are you serious? Please let me put it down there. Alright. Oh man, I already love this. How cool is this, right? There's this super uninhabitable planet in this system nobody's ever been to except for one player like 4 years ago. And then you put down this base to extract cadmium from it. And look how cool this is. It's a literal sort of, you know, small mining facility now. Oh man, I'm absolutely in love with this. This is exactly what I wanted No Man's Sky to be like for so many years. And it's here, it's just, man, I wish that it wasn't so difficult to reach the best parts of it. Or rather, well, the issue is that it just doesn't really establish this idea of inhabited and non-inhabited systems. Even though I personally would like it to be the other way around, where most of the systems are uninhabited, and very rarely you find an inhabited system. You know, if they want to keep the current, I guess, quote-unquote, economy of the game alive, that's also fine with me. I don't necessarily mind that most of the systems are inhabited and have space stations and whatnot, and other systems are not. That's not the issue I have. The issue I have is that the inhabited systems, or in general, the way systems are created, not this one, these uninhabited systems are exactly what I want them to be, I think. Especially because it also seems that, you know, in these systems, you then also have planets like this one, right, that are fairly extreme, both in how they look and in their weather and whatnot, which is pretty cool. And then they, on top of that, also have rare minerals and whatnot, right? And you actually have to go into a system like this to find cadmium. So all of that's pretty awesome. But if we then go back to the inhabited systems, I really, 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 really wish that they would have a look at structures on planets and how the game spawns those in and how they exist within the game world. Because the thing that I honestly disliked most about the game when it originally launched, and it's kind of still in here even though it's not as boring anymore, but it just feels like on any given planet in an inhabited system, the game sort of has this very generic formula of, okay, you have a value that is assigned to a planet of how far away structures are from each other, right? So there are planets that have more structures or more things to find on them. Can also be, like, structures can also be these very, very small, either bases or literally just a couple of caches that you can open and find stuff in, right? And the only real difference from planet to planet in the normal system seems to be of how far away these things are from one another. But it feels like there is a very sort of a very easy numerical value attached to it where it is just, sort of every, I don't know, 5,000 units, you're going to find a structure, right? It's very, very systematic. It doesn't feel realistic at all. And the fact that especially those weird small like boxes and everything that seem to be around everywhere, that's completely unrealistic, right? So I wish that, and it's obviously a little bit difficult because some of these things are tied to story quests, right? So fairly frequently the game will have to point you towards one of those structures in order for you to be able to continue a mission. Which, yes, that's a problem, right? Yes, of course, that's a thing where I do realize that they do have to have the ability to either randomly spawn these things in, or at least they need to be close enough to where you can realistically find them without, putting a mission on hold for a long time. So in order to have an actual progression with the missions, there needs to be a certain way in which the game provides these structures for the player, right? Since you can spawn in pretty much anywhere in the galaxy, they need to make sure to have certain things available. Although, that being said, maybe it wasn't the best idea to actually tie that to existing structures, and rather, if I look back at the missions that you need to do, most of those things could also be translated to potentially craftable technology, right? So instead of having to go to one of those weird communication terminals every time you talk to Artemis in the main story, they could just require you to grab certain materials to then craft a communicator upgrade that allows you to talk to him or something, right? So I feel like if you really thought about that a little bit more, there would definitely be ways in which you could change that. Potentially even having, because base building is now such a big part of the game, and the whole sort of beginning parts of the tutorial revolve around building a base. But at that point, honestly, it doesn't really feel like your base is doing that much for you. Yes, it allows you to eventually unlock a bunch of new blueprints and whatnot and base structures, which is why they want you to build one fairly early on. But maybe it would make more sense to allow you to have base parts that correspond to the main story, right? So instead of, again, going to a communicator thing, you would build one. And I feel like that could work a lot better, especially if they then attack. Maybe the building takes some time in terms of collecting resources, but they could still be fairly normal resources, right? And they could also like tweak that to where maybe those things can spawn in on like a trade terminal in a space station and whatnot if you're not in a system that already has those resources, right? So there are still quote unquote backup systems to fall back to if for some reason the player gets spawned into a starting system that doesn't have a specific material that is needed for the main story, right? Though, that being said, you also get the warp drive fairly quickly now, so requiring the player to fly through a couple of systems to get what they need, honestly, I don't think isn't the worst thing either. And you can still choose to do the story, you don't have to do it, right? So it doesn't even really force any sort of gameplay the player might not want. But yeah, I wish that they would actually take a look at those structures, and it's completely fine that every normal system has a space station. I feel like that's completely alright. I just wish that the planets would have more immersive things going on. So let's suppose we have a normal system, right? We have 5 planets. Maybe 2 of those 5 planets aren't inhabited at all. So they will also not have any type of, crates to open, no structures on them, no nothing, right? And then maybe 2 other planets are inhabited somewhat, so they might have, like, maybe one planet has old alien structures, but exclusively those, and maybe the odd research station every now and again. And maybe the other planet would then have, you know, a couple of structures here and there, but then no alien structures. And maybe one out of the 5 planets would actually be inhabited, and that one might have those big, you know, space station terminal structures that exist now, where, you know, these big towers essentially where there are like 10, 15, 20 aliens moving around, and they have like 10 landing pads and whatnot, right? And maybe that planet would have a lot more of those structures. And also, I think they should be clustered better, right? So instead of having one structure sort of fixed distances apart, it should basically have 5 structures all at once, like a small town or city, if you will. And then maybe it takes some time to get to the next one or something, right? Just make that more immersive. That's the thing that I would really, really like to see if they're overhauling their whole system at some point. If they plan on doing that, I really, really wish they will consider that and, you know, actually make it work in a more realistic way. I would really like that to be a thing. All right. I suppose we can let's put the battery here then. So do I want to change how these look? I could change the exterior, or rather the colors of it. Though, I suppose in this type of environment that might actually not, you know, work that well. Yeah, these are floating. Oh, well, whatever. Okay, battery, wiring. Let's see how much power this actually needs. Holy shit. Boom. Well, it's a little bit unrealistic putting them down onto the plates, but I also don't want them being put down, you know, just on the planet surface. I feel like, well, I guess we can suspend our disbelief a little bit, right? So this is 130 an hour. Does this also run while you're not online? Because if it does, and you build enough storage place, I guess you could really, you know, get a lot out of this. Supply depot. Well, these are really big. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought I might be able to place them inside. Wait, how much is it taking exactly as much power as the... It is. So we do need at least a second solar panel for now. Does this look good if I place both of them down here? Can you actually put these onto the roof, by the way? Oh, fuck, I don't want to. Oh, you might be able to. I might want to do that. Let's see, can I move? I can. Oh, that's awesome. God, this is getting better and better every time. See, with, you know, with looking for these mineral deposits and whatnot, you actually also have a reason to be here, right? It's not just building a base sort of for nothing, or just to make it look cool. It actually has a purpose, right? Okay, this is really awesome. This means that I'll be able to put down more if I want to. Alright, let's connect these. Let's connected to the battery. And then electrical wiring. And these can store 250. Okay, for being a B class with a density of 20%, honestly, I feel like the extraction rate isn't really half bad. So if you get an S class with a density of like 80%, will it have an extraction rate of what, 500 per hour or something? Because that would be pretty crazy, honestly. It all depends, though, if it actually runs sort of quote-unquote indefinitely. Right? Oh, right. No nearby hotspots. Well, I mean, the solar panels are sufficient, I suppose. It's kind of funny to me that, but yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is that even though this looks open, it still has some sort of invisible power field to it that, you know, protects you from the elements. Man, I'm a big fan of this. It's actually even really, really cool that it's on a mountain. Oh yeah, I was wondering though, wait, did I not? What? Did I recharge something else accidentally? I guess I did, maybe. I did, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if you can place more than one extractor at any given point. Supply depot. Can I craft 10 metal plating? Metal plating, Faradust, I might be able to. Give me a second. Okay, I could build enough metal plating. Might be missing some ferrite dust. Though I might also be able to... I think... Oh, well, now it's nighttime. Supply depot. Let's put that down here. Even this looks... I just... Look how cool this looks together with everything. Like this big structure in front. This honestly does look like a proper sort of mining outpost, doesn't it? Big fan. I mean, I do still need more base pods, obviously, but... Okay, overall storage, 0. Pipeline status. Silo status, idle. Okay. So how do these pipes work now? I guess they work exactly like electrical wiring? Okay, overall storage. Well, that's fine. If I could store like over 1,000, that would be more than enough. It says time until full 9 minutes. Oh, 9 hours, not 9 minutes. Oopsie. But again, if this fills while you're offline, then it would be fine. And everything else is working while you're offline, correct? So it kind of should. Honestly, I even like that it's like going through the stone a little bit. Looks like a proper pipeline. I wonder though if there is a way to, much like with electrical wiring, if there is a way to can you, let's see, can you just place them anywhere? Because there's no sort of, with the electrical wiring, you can use those small lights and whatnot to make the wires be, or make the wires go the way you want them to. I don't know. Where is the, right here somewhere? This thing, the electrical cloaking unit. Do I want to place one of those here, or don't know if the wires annoy me yet. I do want to build more solar panels, though. I think I only have... I might have to collect more fairy dust. Is there stuff that gives you fairy dust around here? These things. Might already be enough. Yeah. Craft 2 more metal platings then. And the solar panels. How much gold do I still have with me? More than enough. Yeah, fuck. I'm missing that though. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I mean, third one will be efficient for now, I suppose. God, I love that they fit so well onto the roof. Electrical wiring, boom, and boom. Because I could, I mean, let's see, where's the light that I built last time? The little light box? Well, I could also build one of these. Kept standing light. Wall light. Light box. Let's put one of these light boxes here in the, at the entrance of the whole thing. Maybe here. Yep, that looks pretty awesome. Back to the wiring. Well, I guess I would want to build another one. I could build another one over here then. Maybe sort of directly here. And then, let's see how this looks.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
No, cycle route. Edit place files. I guess in order to remove this one, I'd have to... Okay. Don't want to keep that one. Does look somewhat weird, right? But I'm gonna keep it for now. Yeah. Not perfect, but it'll have to do for now. I don't know, the wiring is a difficult thing to deal with, because it's very, very difficult to make sure that things sort of line up properly. If these light boxes, it would be cool if they had more wiring, like, outlets available. Still works quite well this way, right? I mean, I placed this a little bit weirdly, but other than that... Wait, is the extractor... Oh. The extractor isn't actually placed properly, I just realized. That's why. Oh, for fuck's sake. It would be cool if they had a way to automatically make it snap to the ground you're putting it on.
Incoming storm.
Electrical disturbance. I guess that's when it's doing, Oh, for fuck's sake. Does this need to be so complicated? Seriously. And of course it shakes the screen and everything. Stop it. Stop it. Why is this so complicated to see? I hate that. Oh my god. As cool as this planet is, right, for base building, I suppose it can be quite annoying. Alright. This is enough. Can you put... Are you kidding me? Alright. Thankfully that works. Alright, nice. Perfect. So what does electrical disturbance mean? Can that also disconnect my wires or something? Oh, fuck. Because I moved that. I need to place the things again. Nice. Well, at this point I am actually missing a couple of materials, I think, to potentially build more stuff here. Roma GeoBay. Yeah, do I want to give up on the other base I built on this planet? I kind of do, I think. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense to keep it, honestly. And if I wanted to also extract phosphorus from this planet, I probably would just come back and build another base somewhere on a phosphor deposit. Though I'm not entirely sure if I really want to do that. I think it would be pretty awesome to keep these things separate. Ooh, can I craft dihydrogen jelly? What was it, 5? At least that way I can already put down a medium refiner here. Let's put them at the back wall for now. Also try to sort of place them in the center of these plates. Oh, that's the wrong way around. I don't understand why these medium refiners always are placed the wrong way around. That's so weird to me. Shouldn't they place like the front towards you automatically? Usually? Unless you... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, perfect. Right. That way, I will hopefully be able to use this and utilize it. Yeah, now the big question is... Well, if I built... I wanted to build a Well, I can build a teleporter if I drive back to the other base. Let me just quickly just to make sure. No Man's Sky mineral extraction while offline. Industrial, then yes. They seem to do so. That would be yes. Well, that's pretty awesome then. So, I guess the kind of funny thing is, the longer you don't, like, if you set it up correctly, in a way where you have a bunch of these supply depots, right? I could, in theory, just place, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 of these here, and if I don't play the game for a couple of days, I will come back and just have 5,000 cadmium waiting for me, right? That is honestly pretty crazy, and I really, really like that. How cool. Wait, please don't tell me I have... What? Why are you not... I thought they automatically moved towards the light source. Shouldn't this would look like... What? Why is this not looking the same way as the others? That's strange. Okay, now it does. How weird. I thought they automatically moved to wherever the sun was. I suppose not. Technically the sun is there also, so they're placed the wrong way around, but I'm not going to change that, to be honest. I don't really... I just care that they all look the same, into the same direction. Alright, now I'm missing chromatic metal, but that's fine. Well then, I guess... this is collecting stuff now. I mean, this is a pretty elaborate process. So for the time being, I don't necessarily want to set it up for everything. But it is pretty cool that you theoretically can do that, right? Especially since they do work offline as well. Eventually, once you set up enough of those, and if you make the storage spaces big enough and whatnot, you'll be able to just... As soon as you need something, right? So let's say you want to build a new freighter module, and you realize, oh, I need X material and Y material, right? And then you just look, oh, where did I build a base that mines those specific materials? And then you just go there and collect the thousands of stuff that's there for you, just waiting, since whenever you set it up, or have visited it last. So that is honestly really, really awesome, right? The fact that that works. Okay, so the cadmium one is here. I will probably have to build a couple more refineries to, well, at least another one to be able to. I also need to actually remember what kind of refinement I need to do here. So chromatic metal and activated cadmium turns into more chromatic metal. So I need to put the cadmium here to then be able to... Well, sadly, that's not really an automated process, right? It's fine, though. And the cadmium and chromatic metal will then produce more cadmium. The cool thing about this, though, is that this both functions as a way to get more cadmium as well as a way to get more chromatic metal, because I don't necessarily have to just create more cadmium out of it. I can also just take the additional chromatic metal, right? Yeah, so that's pretty awesome already. All right, let me just write down what other potential thing I need from this, though. But first of all, let's make sure, or what are the things I still need to build? Grid power usage available, yeah. So that should be fine for now, although it might change once I put down like teleporters and whatnot. The refineries, for some reason, just don't use stuff at all. If I have a teleporter here, then obviously I won't need the storage units because it'll allow me to just quickly go back and forth between bases, right? Cool. Anything else that I need to place down? Currently, no additional battery needed, no additional solar panel needed. Might want to put down another supply depot in the future, but I think before I do that, I definitely want to grab more salvaged technology to unlock more structures for these alloy structures. Because I want to make it look better. I basically want to have these small walls, but with alloy, to be able to place them below my base to make it look like the whole thing's built into the mountain and not floating above it. And yeah, just in general, a couple more structures there to be able to just use this thing more, efficiently. And also, well, I don't necessarily need the Roma Geobay anymore on this planet now. But I think I probably want to build that eventually again, just so that I can. Well, I need the stairs and whatnot, right? Let's see. Okay. So I want to have alloy staircases. I want to have alloy small walls. And that way, I at least want to extend this to where I have a landing pad here and the Roma Geobay, I think. And then eventually I might want to put down the rest of the stuff. And let's also change, let's see, edit place parts, colors. Let's make these things red, because it fits the atmosphere of the planet. Can also signal that, hey, by the way, this plant is currently running. Please don't approach. Follow interplanetary industry safety protocols. Okay, yeah, let's move to the other base. I guess. Well, is there anything else on this planet that I might want to extract on the way? Because if there's not, then I could also just call over my ship and fly to the other base. Probably makes more sense, doesn't it? I mean, in theory, there's a bunch of stuff that I would potentially like to collect here, but yeah, let's call over the ship. Doesn't really make sense to drive over there with my exocraft. Also, let's grab the dihydrogen while we're at it. Always want to have more of that. Well, also, I need to remind myself that I started actually essentially building one of these mineral extractors in the most uninhabitable place possible. So, in the future, you know, if you're doing the same process to extract, I don't know, copper or something from like a completely normal planet that doesn't even have... How do I not have enough thrust? Oh, well. Yeah, if you built this in a place where, you know, there actually aren't storms going on, like every 2 minutes or something, then... you know, this would be a much easier time to do that. Which obviously eventually I probably want to do. This is actually quite crazy to me how far away this is. I drove that in my exocraft? I didn't even realize how far I drove. Oh boy. Quite difficult to navigate in these conditions. Okay, that's where we're at. Let's maybe... I still have Starship launch fuel, so let's just recharge these real quick. Don't want to have to wait until they're filled up again. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that this is also actually called Reign of Atlas. That is such a crazy description. Okay, edit place parts. Delete. Yeah, delete that as well. And then delete. Delete base. Yes. I don't actually know if you have to delete everything individually, by the way, or if the game would automatically do that for you. But I think if you do it that way, you actually need the, what's it called? Let me actually see what's in there, by the way. If you do it that way, I think you actually need the, I don't know. I guess somebody has been here. Suspicious hazard protection module. Interesting. What was I saying? Oh yeah, there's this other structure that you can build, or not structure, but oh, for fuck's sake. My PC crashed again. Oh boy. That's an issue. I don't want to deal with that. I hate when stuff like that happens. Really? Why can't these things not just work? Oh well, I will have to figure that out after stream. See, I just bought a capture card, so I would like to stream with my PC instead of from my PlayStation, but obviously that won't work if it's crashing. Everything's starting up again. I mean, it just takes a couple seconds to start back up, right? That's not the issue, but clearly there has to be a reason for it, so... Well, set everything up again. Okay, well, it's fine. Yeah, let's just double check my inventory. So, and now I have all these things with me, which means I should be able to craft everything. It's just strange. So the safe beacon, since I guess it's a deployable structure, like every time, you can just is there no way to actually what's the word? Is there no way to destroy this in a way that gets the materials back? I suppose there isn't, huh? Let me just very quickly... Was that here? No. I just love how, you know, your PC doesn't crash at all for like 2 months, right? Again, it's a new PC, so it doesn't crash for 2 months, and then it crashes twice within a week, or within like 7 days, right? That's love for these things to happen. I'm just kind of wondering why it doesn't actually show, like, send crash report or something. You'd think it would do that. Okay, well. Anyways, let's deal with that after stream. Let's check out what this thing is. Exodus Hazard Protection Systems. Did I say Exodus? Exosuit. Ah, it's a pretty bad one though. It's unfortunate. It's better than nothing, but... Wonder why these are so bad. I mean, I guess you need to get lucky for them to roll high, but...
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
It's a bit weird that they're so bad, because the craftable ones are way better. Well, I mean, these count for all resistances, so in that regard, they are, in theory, better than this one, right? Because without being supercharged, this would be 25% protection. And I guess if you add these up, it's 9%, right? But I feel like... Well, the strange part is that usually these things... I don't know, there are a couple of updates that I've gotten for my, especially the ones that I've gotten for my, well, no, look, yeah, most of them actually are quite good. like the black market ones, are the ones that you get from, you know, defeating pirates and whatnot. God, it's difficult to see the ground in these conditions. Huh. That was actually a good landing. Stop it. Wait, where'd it go? Just wanted to remove... Are you... I just wanted to remove that from where my ship is standing. Go away. Serious? Did it turn around? Oh, there's a couple of these structures here. Yeah. Oh. Oh, wait, this is still unidentified? How did that happen? Just so that I'm able to start without flying into anything. Yeah, that's fine. Now the question just becomes, do I want to put the teleporter inside? Because teleporters are always such big structures. Let's see. Appearance modifier. So I want to have one more medium refiner here. Landing pad. Yeah. Well, I do obviously need the teleporter in order to be able to get back here. I don't know. I mean, in theory, I guess it would make sense to place it inside. I could just... I don't know. I kind of like how it sort of snuggles into the mountain. The whole base. I really wish there would be a smaller teleporter, though. I don't know. Guess you can try to build it somewhat close to the wall. How's this look? It does clip into the ceiling, but I think it actually kind of works, right? I mean, it makes it look like it's part of the structure. Sort of placed off to the side, yeah. But do I want to connect the cables directly, or... I guess I could do this, but that looks weird. But do this, it would look kind of weird as well. Can I place down another one of these light boxes in this corner, maybe? Don't want to overdo it with them either, but... I wish... So, see, it snapshots to this one, right? I wish that it would also snapshot over here. That would be pretty cool. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of having the cable. You can't place these on walls, sadly. I mean, I could stack a bunch on top of, but nah. I mean, you could do that. The problem is, in terms of color, they always glow, right? It would be awesome if you could have these. I mean, I also have the, where is it? Like the buttons and whatnot, right? These things can be placed on walls. So instead of using a light box, I could also just place a couple buttons. I mean, at least they also don't require any sort of electricity to run at all, right? So... let's see. Shit. What? Why? Why? What is it doing? Why is it placing it so weirdly? Why is it not placing it automatically on the wall? What the hell? Huh? Sample part, build, delete. Let's just do that again. Just need to make sure to place it exactly like the other one. More or less. Doesn't need to be super perfect, but it would be cool if it was. Something like that. I think it's sort of on the same height, isn't it? And then I could do this and this. Again, not perfect, but huh. Why does it stop the power flow automatically, though? Oops. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Wait, these aren't... Oh, that's really dumb. They're not switches, they're actual buttons. I think... Oh, I thought they would work like a switch, though. Like being on-off buttons, basically. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well... guess we'll do that again, then. So I would have to build these wall switches. I mean, they still look cool, so... doesn't really matter, I guess. And then maybe...
Incoming storm.
Yeah, I know. Let's put down a box next to the teleporter, then. Or maybe... yeah. Around here somewhere. Edit, color... wiring. Definitely more involved in, than it needs to be, but... I don't know, doesn't this look pretty awesome? Teleporter, colored boxes and whatnot. Maybe color this different though. Color. Because it's connected to the teleporter. Let's make it look like it's connected to the teleporter. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look bad per se, but especially looking at how cool the switches on the wall look. I just wish there would be a better way to... Because... Well, making your cables invisible... Well, there are two reasons why I don't want that, right? The first reason is that it actually looks pretty cool if you can see the cables, if you can place them properly, right? So I think, for example, having those two switches above here and the cable running between them actually looks really, really awesome, right? It looks like, you know, maybe what a factory or something would look like. But aside from that, unfortunately, I think... Well, the trouble begins here, right? Because the teleporter needs to be connected at the front. I know that it also has a connection at the back if you don't place it into the wall, but... Obviously, it would make more sense to have it at the side. And then, that being said as well, I think... Yeah, I mean, there isn't really any other way to do this, sort of, right? Especially since all these other things, so I can't use the button, I can't really use an auto switch. So I can essentially only really use wall switches, and maybe the odd light here and there, to move the electrical wiring the way I want it to. Which honestly is quite unfortunate. And then, well, the second reason is also that I think this electrical cloaking unit just looks kind of ridiculous. If you could change its... I don't know if you can change its color. You know, maybe I could put the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Maybe I could put the electrical cloaking unit in the middle here. Oh no, that doesn't even work. Or I could put it here or something. Right? I mean, you could make it look as if it's sort of... Why is it moving so weirdly? Oh, right. My thermal protection's gone. But yeah, I could place it on the roof and make it look as if it's sort of I guess an advertisement for this mining facility, which would be cool in its own right, but the problem is it always looks the same, right? It always has the exact same sort of holographic image on it, which I think is a little bit boring as well. Okay, is there anything else that I need to do here now? Or... well, I guess I wanted to build a second medium refiner, but aside from that...
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Let's... Okay. Medium refineries. Oh yeah, let's just double check. So in theory, unless the storms... unless the storms make it so that they also don't produce enough power, 3 should be enough. Though that being said, I just deleted one, right? Let's just build a 4th one, to be honest. Yeah, let's just fill up the roof with these things. Solar panel. see if I can place this correctly. Nope. See, not cycle, edit, move. The other way around. Fuck's sake. Okay. Yes. And connect the wiring here as well. Same principle here, right? Having the wiring like this actually looks pretty awesome, I think. Well, I guess over time, hopefully, I'll be able to, you know, find more cool solutions like these switches on top of the door. Because that would honestly be pretty awesome. Alright, so, in theory, the space should now infinitely produce activated cadmium. Why'd the density go up, though? Interesting. Didn't... Well, I think it changed the extraction rate to be 2 more than it was previously. Huh. Storage empty. Time until full, 8 hours, 15 minutes. Huh. That's nice. I mean, to be honest, 1,250 activated cadmium already is a lot, right? Especially when you then consider that in conjunction with chromatic metal, it actually produces twice the amount. And then with cadmium, it also, again, produces twice the amount. So every time you refine stuff, it'll also... You just need to have sort of a starting amount. But yeah, I don't think that I have to have, you know, that much. Let's see, can I place this down again? If I go into the build menu, it should just, yeah, it should just place the one that I already have. Let's just place that next to the door. Since I do still have it, it kind of, you know, adds to the industrial atmosphere, I suppose. Cadmium processing plant CD0. Capture new screenshot, let's see. Can you zoom in, or... It looks pretty awesome, to be honest. Upload base. Okay. I'm not necessarily missing anything here, I think. I mean, I am, but only in terms of flavor, not really in terms of production structures or anything. I do think, though, before I want to continue with anything, because the whole reason why I did this in the first place was so that I would eventually be able to repair this, right? How did I get deuterium again? Tritium and hydrogen, right? So that's fine. I have that. Not enough necessarily, but yeah. So there are planets that have gold and silver on them, right? And then both of those can be refined into platinum. I don't know whether or not tritium would be available to be passively mined, though, or dihydrogen for that matter. Though, I mean, maybe there are sort of rare planets or something that could do that. we'll see. I mean, cadmium is the chosen thing currently. Yeah, so I would like to have more salvaged data to be able to unlock base parts, right? To make this more interesting to look at, essentially. Grab more of these alloy structures. I do have the teleporter now. Ship's down there. For some reason I feel like I forgot something, but honestly, I don't think I did. Do I want to make... Let's place one of these lights between the refineries. How do I make it smaller again? Scale. These are always so insanely big for some reason. Why? This is almost not very difficult to see. What? Could it place it outside or something? What the fuck is going on? Nope. I think it placed it inside the wall for some reason. Well, that's unfortunate. Or it didn't place it at all. Oh, there it is. Wall light. Okay. What's going on with this wall? Maybe I was just looking at it funny? Oh, wait, what? Scaling it to make it smaller for some reason also places it within the wall? That shouldn't happen. Let's not do it then for now. Okay. Well, how do I get more salvaged parts? I think I was on a planet last time that actually had a lot. Wasn't it this moon? I feel like this moon actually had quite a bit. Let's go there. Oh shit, I do need to park my freighter in the system though, if I want to roam around with my exocraft. Oh well, that's fine. What does this thing have, by the way? Would there be anything here that would be worth extracting? Copper, paraffinium, potentially. Yeah, I might want to do that. So, copper or paraffinium outpost. Let's see, No Man's Sky. So that's what I still need. Let's make another list. Copper outpost, paraffinium outpost. Yeah. I will probably end up doing the same thing here, where I will just look for a potential site to extract that stuff, and then... wait, do I have my... Wait, is the freighter still in the system? It is, perfect. Yeah, I think I will basically do the same thing here, where I will be deleting this base as soon as I find another one where I can extract stuff, right? because I feel like that just makes sense. Let's see. I'm pretty sure last time I was here, I was looking for buried technology. Okay. How much buried technology do I need, you reckon? Probably... Well, I mean, in theory, I think most base building parts actually only require something like... where typically it's one module per unlockable, right? And since I only really want to get like staircases and whatnot, it should be alright, but... Oh yeah, I completely forgot that I should probably just mine the way for me. I suppose I want to just drive from structure to structure. Wait, didn't I also place... Where the fuck is the star? Oh, there it is. So the star is where I found the sentinel thing, right? That deactivates the sentinels. I might want to start looking for a possible extraction site close to that sentinel thing. Because if I'm lucky and there is one like right next to it, I would just be able to walk over every time I come here and, you know, just deactivate the sentinels. Not that that's really necessary because they're not aggressive or anything here, but I mean, why not, right? Since it exists here, why not grab it at the same, or why not make it possible to do that at the same time? Kind of funny that they very often spawn next to each other. There's one. Oops. Also, that's another thing, right? The more of these outposts you build, the easier everything gets. Because if you remember stuff like this, right, where I knew, oh, last time I was on that moon, I grabbed a bunch of these technology modules. So once you know... Oh, wait, very cache? That's a weird bug as well, that they sometimes spawn inside of each other. But yeah, once you know that that's a thing, right? Once you've been on a planet and you know, oh, it has a bunch of these technology modules and whatnot. Once you know that, it becomes quite easy to just go back to whatever you need and say, oh, I need technology modules. I'll go back to that planet. I need this mineral. I'll go back to that planet, right? If you have outposts and teleporters and whatnot on all of them, these things become a lot easier, right? Rather than having to like fly through systems and constantly look for new planets that exhibit these things and have the, you know, minerals and whatnot that you need. Getting a little bit unlucky now, but I'll just drive from knowledge stone to knowledge stone and hope that eventually I'll be able to find more more buried technology. How much do I have? What is this? compromised pump. A damaged technology component ejected from its machine and discarded by its owner. Worthless except as scrap. Break down. Oh, okay. Nice. Gave me chromatic metal. Not much, but at least some. As I was saying earlier, though, I mean, at least, you know, if you have these things randomly lying around, then I suppose put them together like this, right? Because now you could at least, you know, I could see a point in time where maybe a researcher or somebody went to this knowledge stone and wanted to find out what it's about and then left these things lying here. But other than that, it just sadly doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that these things would be, you know, everywhere you look. It's not even... I don't necessarily mind them being spawned in at random sometimes. Like, that's not necessarily bad. It's just the frequency with which they are. Combined with the fact that they don't even really provide much for you, right? I mean, it's not even necessary. You might as well just, you know, not engage with that at all, and it would still work out completely fine, right? So there is no reason why these things need to exist in the first place, which I think, you know, is the reason why I would like them to not exist at all in their current form. At least if they could, like, give you, but again, they're way too frequent for that. If they would be a lot more interesting if they would potentially give you, you know, really, if they could give you either rare or at least interesting upgrade materials and whatnot. But obviously, currently, they're way, way, way too frequent to do that, right? Because, like, if you find them every couple meters, then, you know, it would be way too easy to get technology upgrades and whatnot. There we go. Because these, for example, right? Why are they here? Makes no sense whatsoever that they would just randomly lie around on a grass field somewhere. Another one. Cool. Ooh. Unknown building. Do we want to grab the dihydrogen though?
Weapon charge depleted. Technology recharge.
The one thing I'm asking myself now though is... Yeah, but sadly that's not a thing, right? See, so... with the buttons and everything, right? You actually have transistors. Which could be used to build logic circuits in a way that would allow you to automate something like refining processes, right? So The whole thing with that active cadmium that I'm mining there is that I need to refine it into chromatic metal and then refine the chromatic metal into, you know, let's actually drive to the building, into normal cadmium. It would be pretty awesome. Oh, that's not even a building. That's unfortunate. It would be pretty awesome if you could automate a process like that, right? So, but I don't think you can, because the refineries are completely disconnected from those mining facilities, right? At least I think they are. I don't know, I feel like, obviously this isn't Minecraft, but wouldn't that make sense? I don't know. I feel like a lot of these base building parts, for some weird reason, are kind of disconnected from one another. Especially the refineries, for some reason, aren't actually working the way you think they do. I don't know. And then, you know, you could use those transistor logic circuit things to set something up where, you know, it would only refine it if you still have enough of it, or, you know, from a certain point onwards it would start to do that. I don't know. There could be a billion ways to implement that. Or not even implement, just, you know, make it able for the player to engage with that in a way, in however they want to, right? Like, make it something that always works, in a way, or that you can just, you know, well, basically do whatever you want with. I mean, that's the cool thing, right? As soon as you do introduce something like transistors into the game, as insane as it is to essentially simulate a computer within a computer, I do think it's pretty awesome if they do that. I mean, I don't know. I've seen, like, people building, you know, entire computers within Minecraft, for example. So it's pretty awesome that that's possible in the first place. And then obviously, you can also use it to, as I said, automate a lot of processes. And because it is, in theory, a computer, and a Turing machine, if you will, you're able to do whatever you want, right? So that's the awesome part. Hello. Somebody's actually here. I have never seen that being a thing. Usually these sites are kind of empty. What exactly are you doing here, mister? He doesn't look too bothered by the superheated rainstorm for some reason. Wait, I'm actually running out of inventory a little bit. I guess we can open this up. Hi. Traveler, ship is something, something, something. Lifeform cannot something. Getski, Yepkovsegam, Fokinozo Loze, Prudniaga. Almost, oh, whatever. This Corvex, presumably the pilot of the nearby ship, observes their vessel from a very distance. They oscillate awkwardly, apparently conflicted between a desire to approach the ship and fear for their safety. Offer to investigate. A soft alarm sounds from operator entity Mari, but they give their nervous approval. Okay. Damaged starship. Ship's hull appears intact, but it is evident that something is very wrong. The vessel rattles ominously, and an unhealthy clicking sound echoes around the launch thrusters. I locate the source of the clicking sound and gingerly reach into a repair hatch to attend to the volatile component. I am momentarily blinded by a discharge of light and heat. Pain flashes throughout my body, excruciating for a moment, and then abruptly gone. The explosion does not seem to have done any permanent damage, and the ship is now repaired. Oh, well that was easy. Huh. Operator Entity Mari seems thankful to see me alive. The blast that nearly cinched me would no doubt have proven fatal to their electronic shell. They thank me, deftly repairing the damage to my suit before setting off. Wave farewell. And now he just flies away. Huh. Okay, well, apparently that's a thing now. That was definitely an interaction that I hadn't seen before. Cool. Big fan of that, to be honest. I don't know when they put that into the game, but previously the only thing that you could do with these crashed ships was, well, you could claim them as your own. Like, discard display, another one of these. Dismantle. How much salvage data do I have? 23. I mean, in theory, that's more than enough, but while I'm still here, although, where's my ship? That way. Okay, let's go to that launch stone then. Just want to make sure that I'm sort of driving away from my ship, because that obviously gives me the best possibility to go to places that I haven't been to yet. Because otherwise you can... Because it is quite difficult, even though, yes, you have like a north, south and whatnot on your HUD, but it's still, I feel like, quite difficult to actually see where you're driving and making sure that you're always driving in a direction that you haven't been to yet, right? Because you can easily run into a situation where you suddenly drive back to where you've already been to. Can I extract this? I can. Sorry, buddy. Didn't want to hit you. Thought that I might need an advanced mining laser for that, but... Since when do these appear? In your scanner, though. Well, looks like I'm running out of berry technology, though. I'll try, like, 2-3 more, and... then I'll go back to the anomaly to unlock the structures. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stop investigating me. Stop it! You're scaring me. I watched way too much League XP the last couple days. Oh, for fuck's sake. That was because I was looking in its direction, I think. What's that? Oh, paraffinium. Perfect. Let's actually grab a little bit of that, since I'm already here. I do still find it crazy that the Sentinels don't react to you mining these deposits at all. Which is another thing that's weird. I think, honestly, unless you're obviously, if you're on a planet with aggressive Sentinels, they will always attack you, right? That's a given, and that's fine. But I think on normal planets, they should only react to things that actively I suppose, would be considered things that are bad towards nature, if you will, right? So if you destroy trees, kill animals, that kind of thing, then they should react. I find it strange that they react to, especially to you mining these crystal structures, right? It would be fine, as I said, and even make a whole lot of sense if they would react to you destroying trees and whatnot to get carbon, but the dihydrogen crystals and carbon crystals, they kind of look out of place to begin with, right? And they exist more as sort of a gameplay resource, and I wish that they wouldn't be a thing at all. This is definitely another thing that I think they should look at, especially with the carbon, but the dihydrogen as well. I think they don't need to delete these crystals completely, but I think the crystals should maybe be a very, very rare find in caves or something. Rather than being the standard everywhere, right? And especially on a planet that, like this one, has a bunch of trees that can provide carbon for you, I think it should be impossible for the carbon crystals to spawn at all. Because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? I mean, obviously this is a completely fictional universe, so it's not like anything makes sense per se, right? Whatever the developers want to be here, can be here. But I just think that the main issue that I have with these crystals is that they're not that interesting to look at, right? They're just these basic crystals, they're just one color, they don't even really have a cool sort of texture or structure to them. They might very, very much just feel like a gameplay element instead of something actually interesting and or something that has been... I mean, that's the big thing with No Man's Sky, right? Is that the whole purpose of this thing, or the whole purpose of this game, really, is that it's supposed to be random, right? It's supposed to be this random thing. Oh, that's definitely enough, I think. Everything is supposed to be randomized, right? So, I think there should be... I mean, realistically, obviously, things need to repeat, right? That just needs to happen because whoever's building the game is still human, so they only have, like, a limited, they only have limited resources and limited budget to do stuff with this game. But, yeah, I think there should be way, way more randomness applied in general. One thing that I actually kind of thought the game would be doing when they showed the original, announcement trailer back in the day is... I thought that they would also somewhat randomize the items you can find. I think that's actually a big limitation that the game currently has, and also the reason for why so many of these similar structures like these crystals are on planets, because that's how the whole game works, right? The whole game is essentially has very... even though it's supposed to be a randomized galaxy, all the items that you can find and all the all the resources and blueprints and whatnot, they're not randomized, right? They're very much the same thing every time. And while I get that for technology and everything, it can't really be randomized, or it would be a little bit too crazy to, I don't know, randomize, well, what an exocraft looks like, for example, right? That would be crazy and not really needed either, I feel like. But is the camera tilted for some reason? I think the game tilted my camera. That looks awkward. Can I reset that by getting into the exocraft? No. Camera's just tilted now. Cool. Would probably be reset by entering into my ship or something. Wish my shots would be, let's just wait until the sentinels are gone. I wish I wouldn't always just shoot 5 bullets per thing, but I think that's a limitation of my multi-tool currently. But yeah, so what I would have liked them to do is essentially implement not necessarily the entire periodic table, obviously, but you know, at least do that to a degree. Because we already have that, more or less, right? But that way, because in our universe, most structures are still made out of sort of carbon and, you know, the sort of minerals you find throughout the universe, even with the vastness of the universe, only the base elements of the periodic table appear, right? I mean, sure, there are some variants of them and stuff, but for the most part, the periodic table is what everything's made out of, right? In different capacities. And obviously with a game like No Man's Sky, the implication is that your mining beam can automatically just, you know, mine the base elements of any given thing you pointed at, right? So that way, you can completely randomize what things are made out of, and it would still work. To a degree, the game is doing that, but yeah, I wish that instead of having carbon crystals, for example, yes, carbon crystals could still be a thing. I'm not saying delete them. I'm saying, you know, make them way, way more interesting. Make them randomized. Make them some sort of weird, alien, randomized structure with a random color, a random texture, you know, instead of all of these elements just being the exact same. My unauthorized intrusion has activated an alert. Its light is flashing angrily. Warning, detonation. Ooh boy. I can't read that. Security countermeasures have begun a full system wipe. I see file after file being purged from the records. Save data. My attempt to meddle is detected immediately. The system reboots to blank screen. All data has been lost. Well. Oh boy. That actually decreases my standing? Ah well. Standing's still pretty good. Corvax. Let's see. Standing total 55. How's that standing calculated? Oh, total. Wait, what? What does that mean? Standing total 55. Oh, interesting. So they are also, I didn't realize that. So the more nanites you collect, the higher you're standing with the Korvax, I suppose? The GEC are the highly value units, and the Viking value fighting the Sentinels. And then they also, well, systems, okay. Interesting. Interesting. All right. I don't get what standing total 55 means if it's the same for all of them. Because, yeah, That seems weird, but whatever. Well, I mean, as long as I can still see berry technology, I feel like it makes sense to collect more. I don't know. I don't want to spend the entire day collecting that, but at the same time, I do eventually want to have all those structures, and yeah, you kind of have to do this anyway, right? At least they do give you quite a bit salvage data per module now. So it doesn't take too long to unlock everything, I suppose, and obviously you don't have to do everything at once. But same thing here, right? I do wish that there would be a couple more different ways to get this stuff. I feel like, especially with the sheer amount of parts that are now unlockable, berry technology modules more or less being the only way to unlock them feels pretty, not even boring, but just uninspired, right? It's not necessarily boring to go through these. It's actually, like most stuff in this game, the grind, quote unquote, of either getting materials or finding these types of things, and whatever else have you. Oh, hello. And you, oh, that's where, wait, is it where I came from? It has to be, right? Maybe? But yeah, the grind usually is pretty alright. Like, I don't mind it. It's very, the game is definitely, with its whole setup and with the planets being, you know, quite beautiful most of the time, all of those things, it's just this very cathartic experience, right? It's the same like mining things in Minecraft, right? It just has this sort of really cool feeling to it where you can just keep doing it and you don't really mind that it takes some time because it's fun. So it's not an issue for me, but yeah, I think you should always provide different routes to the same goal, right? Maybe there is a different one, like maybe you can actually get the stuff randomly from other things as well. I suppose maybe freighter missions later on can also yield this data, and or you could also potentially get stuff from. Isn't this where I just was? From, you know, random pirate encounters and whatnot. So there might be different ways to get it. But yeah, as of now, I wouldn't really know at least a reliable way to get stuff, right? It might be that you can randomly get this from other sort of missions as well. But this way it's guaranteed, right? Once you have a planet where you know these things spawn, you can just go around that planet essentially forever and keep collecting them. Why is it not automatically? That's so strange. You'd think it would automatically, because typically it does that, right? Typically, maybe it's because I have too much. Maybe if you have too many technology things installed, it doesn't know which one you want to go to or something. I don't know. Seems weird though. Also great that these buried technology modules are always the exact same distance from the surface of the planet, right? That's yet another thing that could be randomized. It's fine that, you know, essentially what they should do is that there should be more flavor to these kinds of things, right? So the way these look, the way they're buried, or even not buried and are found could always vary, but they could yield the same thing, right? So calling it quote-unquote salvaged data means that it's a fairly, you know, it's fairly open-ended, right? It could be anything, really. And that obviously makes sense in a randomized universe like this. It would be difficult to come up unless you... But then it also can just be strange, right? If you come up with some sort of randomized naming generator and whatnot. So essentially, typically, it makes sense to have these things be, you know, way more open-ended and just always yield the exact same item. But I do wish that they would be, they would have different flavors to them, right? So depending on what kind of planet you are on, depending on what kind of system you're in, they might just be called different things, and therefore you'd be able to associate them with different races, and you know, maybe some of them would yield older data, maybe some of them would look like really modern. And then depending on what they look like, they could also yield more or less data, right? It's those types of randomness that I wish the game would have way more of, because if you apply that to, you know, if you have 5 different variants of everything, but then apply that over, you know, 250 different structures and items and whatnot, right? At the end of the day, you will end up with very, very different looking planets. And they have done that to some degree with certain things, but overall, sadly, most of the stuff still looks way too similar. I guess it probably makes sense to just call over my ship and go to space, call in the anomaly, and then unlock my stuff, right? Hopefully this doesn't deplete the launch thrusters again, but they were, in theory, they should have been full, right? Pretty sure. No, they're not. Why? They only take 25% when I launch. But the last time I launched, wasn't that on the Black Moon planet, or was there another launch in between? I think if you call your ship, maybe it just takes twice the amount or something? I never actually paid attention to that. Yeah, with the whole cadmium, I think I'll just, next time I log in, I will just teleport over to my extraction outpost and look at that, right? Okay. Nice. Let's go. What is that? Oh, is that supposed to be the shadow of the planet I just left on the other planet? Is that a thing the game can render? Or is it just a graphical glitch? Sometimes I also wish the game would offer a little bit more maneuverability and actually allow you to manually dock and undock from space stations and whatnot. I guess it's more arcadey that way, and especially with this being like a multiplayer Nexus type thing, it would probably create issues if people were trying to land here manually, right? So I definitely understand that a lot of this is automated. And it's not necessarily the focus of the game, but, you know, the Light Dangerous, for example, was pretty cool in terms of allowing you to manually start up and land your ship and whatnot. And I honestly always like that. It's pretty cool to have that in a game and to be able to, do that by yourself. But I also understand that that's not necessarily the thing that No Man's Sky is going for. So there are these light floor panels. They also require power to operate. I'm just wondering what other type of structure I might be able to use to transfer power over. The problem is with the floor, like with the light boxes, it always glows, so that's probably a bit much, I think. Byte beat switch, and this is just... if you want to create your... that can play music for you, right? Voice box. Yeah, I don't really want to use that quite yet. I still think that it's actually crazy that they have so many of these things available, like the Colossus Pilgrim. I mean, so the basic exocraft is already pretty good. I do get, obviously, having a submarine type thing and then the floaty thing, which makes sense, you know, if you're on like a water world, ocean world and whatnot, and maybe the Minotaur for just the coolness factor. Don't necessarily know where the Pilgrim and the Colossus are a thing. Especially now with the inventory upgrades. Well, I guess previously the Colossus just came with a bunch more inventory compared to the normal exocraft, but now, I don't know. I mean, it's still obviously, it looks really impressive and it just looks cool, right? But I honestly think that on most planets it would be really, really annoying to navigate with. I don't know. Watertight door. And also with the water structures, you know, as cool as that is, and as cool as it is in a game like Subnautica, so far I haven't really found planets with deep oceans. Like, the oceans are deep enough to where you could potentially build a water structure on them. Well, that being said, I was on, I think, 1 or 2 planets that were entirely ocean, with only very, very small islands on them. I guess those oceans might be a little bit deeper. I don't think I actually looked, because obviously I landed on one of the very small islands and then didn't really venture out into the water at all. Well, the basic problem still remains that the whole underwater traversal in this game sadly isn't the best ever, so I suppose it would feel maybe a little bit finicky to deal with that. And this really is just pure decoration. There is nothing here that would allow you to place electricity in a better way or something. Obviously, decorating can also be really, really fun. Though not necessarily something that I want to focus on quite yet. Fuel ignition device, sealed barrel. Yeah, I wish they would also have given you more options to customize electricity and cables and whatnot, instead of just letting you delete them, or making them invisible, rather. It's just kind of a cop-out, I feel like. Alright. Anything else here? Primitive container, that's where I started with, right? Yeah. So let's get as much of this alloy stuff as possible, right? Let's see. Power door. Confirms widespread and basic structures. Is this a door that you can close and open? Or does it close and open automatically? Alright, which ones are the things that I definitely want to have? First of all, the ramp, obviously. In its various shapes and sizes. And the small wall, right, was something that I wanted to have. These things. Short alloy wall A. Small alloy wall. And the different variant of it. The sloping alloy panel might also be pretty cool. I wonder if you can place that below staircases. Probably not directly. Maybe with a little bit of, you know, fidgeting around. Framed glass panel, small alloy panel. Yeah, might not be the worst to have this as well, right? Okay, the triangle... Yeah, well then again, the triangle does allow you to potentially create pretty cool forms, right? Because that way you'd be able to create like a hexagon or something. I think with the amount of salvage data that I collected, I would actually be able to unlock most of this. Elaborate alloy roof, raised platform alloy roof. This does seem to be specifically built to look like factories, right? Which is pretty awesome. Let's grab this doorway. Don't know about these walls though. Extruded alloy small window, horizontal window. So these are types of different windows. Don't exactly know what this is supposed to be. Extruded alloy wall cap. Is that something that you can put onto a corner? Like a wall corner or something? And alloy door, alloy window. Let's get this as well. That way I can build a normal wall. I have some fancy windows here. Let's maybe get at least one window though. Which is the best looking one? Extruded alloy horizontal. Well, these are extruded though, right? These would be the normal ones, but they look a little bit weird, to be perfectly honest. Let's get this one. That looks pretty cool. And then let's grab a couple more roofs. Tall flat alloy roof. This one looks awesome. Side-lit flat alloy roof. That looks like an actual factory roof, right? Gable panel. Sloping. I guess these would also look pretty awesome. This one and this one. I really like this one. That looks very modern, but sure, why not? And then definitely these two. Okay. Enough in terms of roofs for now. Yeah, I guess let's maybe grab the normal window as well. The one that doesn't have the protruding wall. Maybe this one as well. And let's grab this door. Well, that will give me a lot of different ways to build cool structures in the future, hopefully. Large wedge. Let's actually unlock this as well. Not only the alloy structures, large wedge, small wedge. I wanted to have these to potentially be able to also build structures that have different elevation levels with the basic structures, with these structures. Anything else that I would like to have? I hate it so much that there is no flat foundation like this. I mean, you have these things, but they're small as fuck. I mean, obviously you can just build a lot of them, but I don't know, I feel like that's kind of an oversight, to be honest. Nutrient. I probably want to unlock this stuff in the future, right? Let's maybe grab the floor light floor, whatever. Maybe some decorations. What might fit a factory? The fan, definitely. These units as well. That's already quite a lot of interesting stuff. The canister rack, probably pretty cool. Small box, locked crate locker. The locker might also be a cool thing. Tall cabinet, lockboxes, crates, a server room, definitely. Or server, not a server room. It's just a server. Tech panel might be pretty cool, but that would have to unlock the screen. I mean, sure, why not? Let's get the screen and the tech panel. Nice. That's a bunch of upgrades. Holy shit. That was a lot, apparently. Since I'm already here, might as well grab a couple more bits and pieces. Huh, guess I already got all of them. Oh wait, that's exosuit. That's the... let's see, what else do we have? Product recipes? Is there anything here still that I was missing? No. Did I actually already unlock most of these things? Oh, a couple are missing here. What is this? High power sonar. A high sonar device capable of operating the scanner technology, but with module. So that's for the submarine thing. This is just for the Minotaur. And that's why I didn't unlock this stuff yet, right? Because I'm not really using those things anyways. Self-greasing servos. Reduces fuel burn in the Minotaur's daedalus engine. Okay, so all of these aren't really for the stuff that I'm currently using. That's fine. Did I really go around last time and essentially buy everything? I guess I did. Well, instability drive, what was this? A highly advanced upgrade to the pulse engine, vastly increasing fuel efficiency. No idea where you get tritium hyperclusters. Also, I think I didn't really want to unlock the indium drive because I haven't even built this one. But, sure, why not unlock this stuff? Vastly increasing interplanetary speed. How much nanites do I still have? It's fine. Flight assist override. Wait, what is this? This gray market electronics module disables critical safety and pilot assistance modules usually baked into the Starship's fly-by-wire control system. Despite its dubious legal status and its implication in a series of high-speed asteroid impacts, this module remains popular with smugglers, mercenaries, and others who think of themselves as advanced pilots, specifically tuned to increase the ability of the Starship to drift during spaceflight. Flight assist reduction enabled. Maneuverability plus 11%. Okay. That's very interesting. Not entirely sure what that actually does, but alright. Sure. I guess everything else I actually already own. Shit. Well, the multi-tool I can still take a look at. Yeah, there's still a bunch here. Though sadly, most of this is actually part of the weapons, which I also don't really need. What's this? Upgrade for multi-tool. Oh, that's also a weapon system. Cloaking device. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's unpin this. I don't know why I pinned it to be... why I pinned it in the first place. I guess... now I could just go back to my Blood Moon base and just build a couple more bits and pieces there. Well, I might be missing the stuff that I could just collected with the Exocraft, though that's kind of fine. Well, the whole idea was that I would build a new Exocraft U-Bay anyways, which would allow me to access it. What was I missing for the... oh yeah, shit, I'm missing the salvage frigate modules, right? In order to be able to grab the upgrade for my freighter, so that I can also warp it to the Red Stellar system. I guess for now, let's go back to the Blood Moon base and... my base is Cadmium Processing Plant. Let's go back here and just build a couple additional pieces here and there. I don't actually want to make it too extensive. Great. Why does it not have power? What? Grid status not connected? Are you kidding me? Why the fuck? Okay, so... Did that happen because of the electronic storms? Is that a thing that they can destroy your cables? Or is it a bug? It's a bug. Cool. Wait, is it? Huh? Really? Is it a bug? Not entirely sure. It somehow deleted the grid? Was that not uploaded properly, or... Well, it doesn't actually need... In theory, it saves it locally as well, right? So... Did it have to part my ship so awkwardly? Park it down there real quick. Well, I sure hope that that doesn't happen again. Because obviously... Yeah, it doesn't actually... It didn't actually mine anything. Well, that's a very dumb bug. Oh boy. Well, let's just keep a lookout for that. Maybe there's a way around that eventually, or maybe by, I don't know, using that, what's it called? Maybe by making the cables invisible or something, it'll be able to not bug out like that. Let's see, so if I place this below it, yeah, that looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? Can definitely use this to make it more realistic. Because this way now it actually looks like it's being built into the mountain, right? Instead of floating above it. Okay. Well, now the big question is, do I want to build a geobay, or do I want to keep it like this for now? How would this look like? Yeah, sure. Oh, I'm missing ferrite dust. Shit. Should be enough. Just wanted to build a small thing here, because now it looks like this is sort of the entranceway to the whole facility, right? And then let's put that structure below the mining thing. even makes it a lot more realistic, right? Because it's like it's sort of obscuring what it's actually doing. Well, not obscuring, obviously, but, you know, as if something's behind it that works in conjunction with the whole extraction unit. That's pretty awesome. Well, let's hope that it doesn't actually bug out like that again. I might be able to just... let me quickly... Let's see. No Man's Sky... wiring... wiring disconnected after warp. Warp, not war. Electrical wiring keeps disconnecting. Always great when you look up a bug within the game and the Reddit thread is like a year old. Extend my base for mine, but the building I've put my mine has the wire keep disconnecting when too far a distance. It may have connect the power to something like a battery a shorter distance. Okay. Maybe it's a bug because I had a previous base here or something. Because apparently you can't transmit power from one base to the next, but... Oh. Fuck. Let's go inside while that's happening. Let's see, when I went to base, I fall through the sky, so there is no sky knowledge to the space in the way. The problem is, I don't know, it seems like it's sort of resetting everything here. That's the thing that I'm the most annoyed by. Because if it means that it'll essentially delete, quote unquote, all the activated cadmium that has been mined because it's suddenly losing power, that would be pretty bad, honestly. Say electrical wiring disconnecting. What? Base-wide power grid disconnect after connecting pipes to supply silo. Twice since the most recent after connecting pipes to supply silo. On mine tower. This occurrence was accompanied with a massive FPS drop. Removing and reconnecting wire fixed the grid disconnect. Uh, it doesn't look like anybody else is really experiencing this issue all that much. Well, it only happened once so far, so let's hope that it doesn't happen again. Anyways, the wiring is currently connected. I think I've more or less placed everything that I wanted currently on this base. I think. I don't necessarily want anything else currently. I very much like that they allow you to build under already constructed parts, by the way. Because otherwise it would be pretty annoying. I guess that's the whole point of it, but I don't know, sometimes with these things, especially in No Man's Sky, you're never quite sure whether or not they're actually intended. Sometimes you feel like that might just be a bug, and then they left it in because they realized, oh wait, that actually makes a whole lot of sense, but I don't want to assume that, to be completely honest. That being said, let's maybe go back to my home base for now. Because now I actually do need to figure out what I want to do next. I think it might be a good idea to, every time I come upon a new, I guess, material that I need for something, that I can then try to build an extraction site for it, right? But since I don't necessarily need anything else currently, and I do still have activated cadmium here, let's use that. And so cadmium, activated cadmium, refine a bunch of stuff to finally be able to actually repair my starship. And once I've done that, I think I'll probably actually continue with the what's it called? With the missions. Okay, so medium refiner. Let's use these two. So if I place cadmium, where's the cadmium that I currently have? Cadmium turns into chromatic metal, but cadmium and chromatic metal turns into more cadmium. Right. And activated cadmium, on the other hand, activated cadmium wait, what does activated cadmium and chromatic metal turn into? Oh, I placed the whole of my chromatic metal into the other one. Yeah, this just gives me more chromatic metal, right? Let's do that. Let's do that, and at the same time, let's get rid of my whole get rid of all the weird stuff. Rusted metal into ferrite dust. Put the goop in here as well. Okay. And then let's open this up. I don't really need the glass right now, so I suppose let's just put that away until I need it. Anything else? Metal plating, microprocessors, you fairly frequently need that stuff, so I'm gonna keep that. I do probably wanna Can just keep doing this, right? Why does it say 182? Oh yeah, the cadmium is still in the thing. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, any of the new technologies that I bought? Not the Emerald Drive, but where is it? Emergency warp unit? Oh, I don't really need that. Let's see, weaponry, defensive systems, utilities, hyperdrive. Indium drive, instability drive. I don't have tritium hyperclusters. I do have platinum. Highly advanced upgrade for the pulse engine, vastly increasing interplanetary speed. Do I have 100 platinum though? I do have a warp hypercore. I don't really need this. Let's see, do I have 100 platinum and the magnetic resonators? How do we build that? Ionized cobalt. Pretty sure I can craft that. Oh yeah, let's also collect the plants and whatnot. Ferrite, wall core. Holy shit, there's a bunch of stuff in here still. Well, that is definitely another cool thing, right? I'm able to get a bunch of dihydrogen simply by also looking for the buried technology modules at the same time. So that's awesome that you can do those things simultaneously, more or less. I mean, this base does not have the issue with the wires, so if it does keep happening, I suppose I might try to just make the wires invisible at the other base as well. Maybe that helps. Maybe it's I mean, it might be an issue with the fact that they're visible. I don't necessarily think so, but it's the one difference, right? So. Okay, sell this. Sell this and sell this. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop floating into me. Dumb things. And perfect. Let's grab the chromatic metal. I should still have... Wait, do I? Yeah. Should still have more of this. Alright, let's... silver... What's the thing that I need the most? Probably this, right? Perfect. Perfect. And probably repairing something now and then realize, oh wait, I don't even need it if I built the other one. I needed, what, platinum, right? Platinum, and I need to refine some cobalt. Platinum should be in here though. And thankfully I do have enough. I also need the silver to repair the other thing. Let's put away all the plant-based stuff. The meaty chunks I'm going to sell again. It's a crazy amount of chromatic metal that you actually get with the activated cadmium, because it's a like 1-to-2 conversion rate instead of a 2-to-1. I just hope that that mining thing keeps running then. Okay, also need more deuterium still. Viscous fluids. Ferrite dust. What else? Even more chromatic metal. I do have to say though, without looking it up, the fact that cadmium and chromatic metal produces more cadmium, I think, is a very, very unintuitive recipe. I don't necessarily think that it should work that way, to be completely honest. I wish that it would instead... yeah, I wish that you could just turn activated cadmium into cadmium. I feel like from a quote-unquote physics standpoint, that makes more sense. Funnily enough, I just realized I've only ever really used copper, except in very rare circumstances where I actually needed copper to build something. Most of the time, copper has been exclusively used to create chromatic metal. So if the cadmium already does that, or the activated cadmium rather, then kind of removes the need for me to have copper at all. I just can't get rid of my entire stack of cadmium, because then I need to get more. Unfortunately. KKK. I still have... What else do we still have in the exocraft? Oh, for fuck's sake. The warp cell... Oh yeah, let's move that to my exosuit for now. Exosuit. I do have enough space for these, I think, hopefully. Not for this, though. Okay. Put the Mordite away again. Let's put the warp cell into the ship. More ferrite dust. I definitely want to have more magnetized ferrite. That's still running. I need more deuterium, correct? Right, that's the thing that I wanted to craft. Or refine, rather. Let's see. Dihydrogen and the tritium should be in my ship, right? Yeah. Let's grab that. And create even more cadmium. Well, for now, let's repair one more of the starship components. Deuterium, this is fine. Okay. Cadmium. What was the other thing? This one. Magnetic resonators, which need what? Ionized cobalt, okay. Anything else in here, by the way, that I wanna... Why am I, like, carrying around uranium? Antimatter and stuff is fine. Tritium is fine, obviously. Let's stack this up, by the way. Don't know why this is here, to be honest. Well, gold I can keep in here. Actually, gold and silver probably makes sense to be in the starship. Because it's something that you can mine while you're in space. And this way I would still be able to access it should I need it on a planet for something. Do I want to create more glass out of the silicates? Kind of unnecessary, right? Though, I feel like I still have a stack of that. Ooh, yeah, I have more than enough. Shit. Should probably look up if there is another way to use that. Because if there is, I might want to do that. Exosuit. Let's create a bunch more pure ferrite. That as well. God, so much stuff to refine. Well, at least with 4 refiners, it, makes sense. Might not even need a 5th one currently, because you also still have to keep in mind what is actually in them and why. Okay, that's the deuterium, and then we can create more ionized cobalt. Hello. Even more cadmium. Yeah, I should probably just get used to the fact that I should just always have a stack of cadmium around. Finally, everything repaired. Holy shit. That was an ordeal. I mean, thankfully I didn't really need those components for what I was doing the entire time, but the fact that they were destroyed for so long is quite annoying. Okay, ionized cobalt. I'm currently creating 125, which is enough for 3 of these. Just double check that I don't already have one. Nope. I have quantum computers. Okay. So with this, I think I'm just going to create, a stack of like 250 cadmiums or something. Should hopefully be enough. Wait, how much ferrite do I still have? Currently on 339. And there's a stack of 1,000 here. Yeah, that works. I think. Probably want to put the uranium away for now. I really don't need to keep that around. I feel like, at least I don't really know of many scenarios where I needed it currently. Oh, wait a second though. Wouldn't activated emerald work quite similar to activated cadmium? Well, the issue is I don't have any normal emerald, I just realized. So I wouldn't be able to multiply it with chromatic metal. But in theory, I suppose it would also work, right? It should give you the same reaction, I think. And I also just realized there's a bunch of stuff that I can stack. Cobalt, cobalt. And the dihydrogen. Let's wait. I need to answer something real quick. Anything else that I need to... It's a little bit unfortunate with these stacks, right? I'm never quite sure, do I want to place the 500 copper into my storage unit? Because then I only have 66 left, so what if I need, let's say, 120 for whatever thing that I find or need to repair or whatever have you, right? So with these kinds of cases, it does take up 2 slots, but it's also an edge case where I don't really want to get rid of it, I feel like. It's a little bit annoying. It's a different case of like carbon. This carbon here, for example, it's obviously way more than I need. Because 1 stack of like 300 carbon should kind of be enough for now. Wait, didn't I just... What? Oh, I guess the other one was at... well, let's maybe take this out then. No. Yeah, it's definitely kind of a call of, well, what do I want to keep? What do you frequently need, right? It's a little difficult to say from time to time. Let's grab the ionized cobalt, but I think I should more or less be done with most of the stuff here. Let's just create a little bit more cadmium. Let's create nanites and nothing in here. Great. So now I should be able to double check. Create 3 of these, which will allow me to install this. Nice. Give me a nice upgrade to the pulse engine, hopefully. Pulse drive power. Plus 30%. Yeah. I think... the one thing I do want to check is the silicate. Let's see if I can do anything with that I'm not aware of. Silicate. I still hate that it makes more sense to look this up instead of finding out in-game. But, yeah, there is these sort of refinement recipes and whatnot just feel a little bit dumb, but yeah. Usage crafting. I mean, you use it for a lot of crafting, so... Refining, silicon powder is used as an ingredient for refining into glass. It seems like you can't actually do that much with it. He says, looking at like 100 crafting recipes. But yeah, silicate powder in and of itself is just used as a resource to create base building parts. Which obviously you do want to have a lot of, but it does mean that I don't necessarily need to keep it in my inventory at all times. Okay, wait, let me double check. I don't want to get rid of all my chromatic metal either. So, I now have a stack of 331 cadmium. I think that's enough for now, although I realize I still have a bunch of chromatic metal as well. Oh yeah, should be enough. Hopefully, the next time I come into the game, I will be able to just go over to my... Because that's kind of crazy, right? If, even with that one storage thing, right, it does take like almost 9 hours to completely fill up. But assuming it's not bugging out or anything, and it will actually do that, at least it said it has a slots for 1,250 activated cadmium, which would translate into 2,500 chromatic metal, which I could then turn the 331 cadmium that I have, like theoretically, into 5,000 cadmium, correct? Or did I... Or would it translate directly into 2,500? Anyways, it would be way, way more than I would ever need currently. So let's just hope that the new mining outpost actually works the way it's supposed to work. And if it does, let's actually move this to the starship, by the way. If it does, I don't think I will ever have to worry about cadmium again. Granted, it does require at least a little bit of, messing around with refineries and whatnot, but that's honestly fine. Let's move the rest of this in here. Still have a bunch of cobalt as well. And now that everything's repaired, I think that my next objective should be to actually finally go back to the quests. Meaning the for fuck's sake. You just... As funny as it is that it can passively generate mordite and meaty chunks by just randomly running into these weird ocean creatures, it is quite annoying when you just now, emptied out your inventory. Finally, everything's sorted out. Everything is, what the fuck? What was that? And then you run into one of them and have two new things in your inventory that should not be there. That's really, really annoying. Well, whatever. Let's quick transfer this over to... Yeah, I want to put it in here. Because since my exocraft isn't accessible for whatever dumb reason from my freighter, this way it will be. Which will allow me to craft more frigate fuel for missions. Okay, that being said, that is basically my main objective that I wanted to deal with this time done. Right, I wrote down that I maybe wanted to have a copper outpost, but I don't think I do anymore. Paraffinium, maybe. Copper, definitely not, since it's completely unnecessary, honestly. Also, let me just go over the other things that I wrote down. I crafted everything I'm able to craft for the exocraft, right? Except for this, which now I will be able to do. Let's grab the dioxide. And let's move this over here. Yeah, so in terms of exocraft upgrades for the normal one, I actually have everything installed. I still need a walker brain, but I'm really not, really don't need that right away. Mineral extractor, I already have. I unlocked everything. So nothing to unlock anymore. I built all the technology I currently want to and can build. One of those weird creatures is here again. And I also grabbed a bunch of other stuff. So in theory, hopefully, I will never have to collect cadmium again. If it works out the way I want it to work out. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. That's honestly really nice. Which means that I will be finally able to continue with this mission, which will bring me over to a new system and new planets. With the big question of, do I want to start this now? I won't be streaming too much longer, but let's do it. Let's visit a new system, warp over there, and see what we can discover. The thing is, the system that should be... let's go back to my freighter, honestly. Is that... The freighter should still be in the system where I built the moon base, right? Where I looked for all the buried technology? Right. Let's take a look at the galaxy map, which is here, correct? I don't want to do it from the freighter because I actually don't have the warp drive fueled, but yeah, it's one system over from here. Aquark 12 is the system I want to go to. Why can I not... Can the freighter not warp there? That is strange. Also, why is the galaxy map so eerily quiet? Wait, let's free explore. That is strange. Wait, so if I select current mission, which it literally displays the mission marker I want to go to on the left, as you can see. Oh, wait, I think the freighter counts the current mission as the main mission. Oh, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. That's the main mission. Safari 3 is where I need to get to for the base building mission. Okay, never mind then. It should still be close to here though. So let's grab my ship. Trusty starship. Where even is my hyperdrive? There it is. And go to the galaxy map. Safari 3. It's a Gex. That's Gex system, right? Expand. Corrupt archive data. Can't look at the conflict data. It's an engineering system. Alright, let's warp over there. Engage warp drive. Somehow it's still always exciting to visit a new system, even though I know that the planets probably won't be the most interesting thing ever. There is always a chance they will be, and yeah, it's just a bunch of new stuff, right? Safari 3. 6 planets. Archive location detected. That's over there on an unknown planet. Aggressive sentinels. High temperature planet. Ancient bones, selenium, copper, phosphorus, silver. Okay. Let's dock in the space station first, though. Grab a bunch of upgrades. Let's wait. Oh, discoveries. Ah, shit. Okay, Safari 3. Discovered today. I didn't actually discover this, right? I hate that that's a thing. I think that's like people that you've been together with on the anomaly or something can share their systems, something like that. It's really, really strange. I wish that wouldn't be a thing, because it like brings everything, makes everything more confusing than it needs to be. Alright. It will be pretty awesome in the future to have that freighter upgrade that allows you to just scan the entire system. And at least according to its description, it seems like it actually counts it as if you had visited every single planet. I mean, at least that's what the description said. So, if that's truly how it works, that would be absolutely crazy. Talk to these guys. Request dialogue help. Funnily enough, I actually wanted to also craft the Atlas Pass V3. But I think I was missing something for it. I think Gek is the language I know the most words in, I'm pretty sure. Traits. Let me double check that. Curiosity. Emerald. Right, I need emerald for that. Which emerald is available in green star systems, right? So that is probably something that I also want to look at in the near future. Though that being said, I'm so close to the systems that actually get me along or move me along in my missions. So I'm currently in the system that is connected to my base, base archive missions. And then I'm also fairly close to the goal of my main mission, which has been a while since I've done that. But obviously, you know, that happens. I already have a farmer. That is so strange. So what happens if I actually accept that? Will it just replace them? Because it won't, I'm pretty sure that it won't reset like the missions and whatnot, right? That would be kind of dumb. But there isn't. So initially when I saw this, right? Initially when I saw that you were able to hire people and whatnot, I thought that they actually made a difference. I thought that they had like different skills and whatnot, but it doesn't seem to work that way. They're literally just sort of, they exist to give you these missions, and once you've done them, they just offer you one daily mission that is always the same thing. Which I don't necessarily mind, because I don't care all that much, to be honest, right? I mean, you don't have to do the daily missions if you don't want to, so they also don't really offer that much, to be quite honest. But I do find it somewhat strange that they even allow. I guess it's really just for being able to, like, if you don't like what your assistant in your base looks like, I suppose you can get one that looks slightly different. But I mean, they all look more or less the same. I mean, they will always be the same race, right? So it's really just the color of the armor or something that might be different. Which I think is just a weird thing. I don't really get that, but whatever. This is a cool room, though. I honestly wish they would have done more. Oh, why is this clipping? That's weird. I honestly wish they would have done way more with these, though. Well, I'm seeing way more. You don't even need to do that much more with them. You literally just would have to assign, like, even one staff would be more than enough, right? And then, then you could just sort of, Frank, I am a GAG Trade Federation accredited. I give help. Exosuit inspection? Mattis and Clark's running their fingers. There is a look of jealousy in their eyes. Eventually they move on. The little makes a great show of tingling. If Mattis and Clark's running there is a look of jealousy. Demand refund. Okay, so this was completely pointless. Nice. Wait, why is it showing? I guess it's... Oh, well, whatever. But yeah, I mean, well, I'm really not entirely sure what you could do with them, though. I mean, I guess one thing that would make sense is if the quality of the upgrades they sold to you, right? So the technician, for example, the exocraft technician does sell sort of randomized upgrades to your exocraft that you can buy with nanites, right? But they basically always from the start already sell the S-grade upgrades, which also makes the other upgrades completely pointless, I feel like. Like, why do they even sell the C ones? The only real reason would be if you don't have enough nanites for the more expensive ones, but it's not like they're actually more expensive. They're like twice as expensive. So an S-grade upgrade is like twice or 3 times as expensive as a C-class upgrade. So it would make sense if they were like 10 times more expensive that you could buy the less expensive ones, but yeah, honestly, I think it would be cool if the assistant would also have like a class, right? It could also be C, B, A, and then S. And if you hire a better one, well, I guess it doesn't really make that much sense because it also doesn't actually cost anything. So why wouldn't you just immediately hire a better one? I don't know. There is a bunch of stuff that is quite weird. At this point, honestly, I think they should simply remove the ability to hire other ones altogether. Why does this cost 10 million to add a slot to your... That's so crazy. Right? Why would I want to get this one if I can also just straight up buy this one? Oh, well, I guess it is like 10 times more expensive, 8 times more expensive, whatever. Still not expensive to the point, I don't know. This is all quite strange. I also feel like you should only get, or you should only be able to buy the S-class upgrades in systems that are more difficult to reach. Although, how would you define that? I don't know. Well, I guess all I'm saying is that there is still a lot of potential that you could be building upon with those things, right? Also, I can finally use my freaking upgrade slot thing. Apply augmentation. Suppose an inventory slot probably makes the most sense, right? Instead of... Not that I really need Starship inventory, to be completely honest. Maybe I should have gone for a technology slot, but then again, I don't need either one. Okay, calm down, game. It's not that special to upgrade the inventory of your Starship. I mean, maybe it is, I don't know. That was... Sounded like I completed some sort of crazy major milestone or something. Okay. Let's quickly summon in the anomaly though, because I can grab another exosuit upgrade. Honestly, now that they've incorporated the salvage data that leads to drop pods, it feels kind of backwards that you can get inventory upgrades for your exosuit in the anomaly and the space stations. I don't know. Because, I mean, well, just straight up removing this, I don't know, might also be, like, typically, I guess it's fine. It would just be cool if there was some way of knowing of whether or not you already purchased the 2 upgrades per system. Yeah, I think that's what is missing. It's just, show me if I go to my discoveries page, right, and if I look at the system, somewhere on that UI, it should just tell you if there are still upgrades in that system that can be claimed or not. Because I think, you know, typically I'm... Oh, I already scanned this. Typically I'm definitely always for having more options, right? So the cool thing is that in general, whether or not you use the navigation data for drop pods or you use just the fact that you can get upgrades like twice per system, both of those options do lead to you visiting new things, right? So the navigational data will essentially prompt you to potentially fly to new planets that you haven't been to yet or haven't really explored all that much, and similarly the fact that you can upgrade those upgrades twice per system will prompt you to visit new systems as well. So I think both of those are actually pretty cool to have. But yeah, there should be a way for you to check on whether or not you've already purchased any given update, or upgrade rather. And maybe they should also include even more options. Though then again, I don't know, somehow it's a little bit strange now. With all the time that, you know, when I started out with playing this game, especially at launch, but also even later on, inventory was always a really, really big issue, right? And something you had to just constantly play around with and had to be aware of, and, you know, remember that you couldn't just freely, you know, take as much stuff as you wanted with you at any given point in time. So, yeah, it definitely feels weird to suddenly just have more inventory, because I suppose it's this weird case of, if you had just begun playing the game, right, and this is just how it always worked, I think it wouldn't feel so weird. But since it was so difficult to grab these upgrades all the time, and then the game just gave you some it just doesn't really feel earned, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I don't mind it, right? It's such a small nuisance, I don't really care. But, it's definitely a strange case. Something about it just sort of feels like it's either not really earned, or it just doesn't really work with what you really... I don't know. Now, to me, it just sort of... It feels weird because inventory upgrades are still a thing, right? So it's still something you want to work towards eventually, I suppose. But at the same time, they're kind of a non-issue now, and I haven't even really been playing the game that long. I mean, yes, sure, this save slot has, like, what... a little bit over 50 hours on it now, but that's really not that much, especially considering that some of those hours were before the last update and whatnot. And there's still so many things that I can still do that I haven't even really engaged with, right? I haven't even really tried to upgrade the frigates on my freighter. I don't have an S-class starship yet. I don't have I'm far away from getting an S-class freighter. You know, and then there are like upgrades for my starship that cost 50,000 nanites, which I'm really far away from. I just built the first mining extraction unit ever, right? So it feels like, I'm certainly not in the beginning stages of the game anymore, but I would categorize this as being sort of 2/3 through, I guess, what you could call the more guided part of the experience, right? Which is all the stuff that's also connected to the story missions and whatnot. Though, I mean, I might still have, but 2/3 in terms of not necessarily the absolute, I guess, number of quests or something, but 2/3 in terms of what you can learn through that, right? And what you experience in terms of what content the game has to offer. But then there's also the whole sort of infinite idea behind it, right? Just because you get through all the quote-unquote guided experience doesn't mean that you're done with the game. There's still a whole universe to discover, right? A billion different planets, like literally, and all kinds of other neat things, you know, your own crazy bases to build and whatnot. And Yeah, considering all of those things, comparatively, the amount of storage that I have now feels a little bit strange. It feels like too much. Not in my exosuit necessarily, but in conjunction with the starship and especially the exocraft. Because what's the point of upgrading my inventory further now, right? Sure, you can do it. Like, I'm obviously still going to grab the 2 exosuit upgrades every time I visit a new system, because also for me, it just doesn't happen that often. At least hasn't happened that often as of now, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there is this strange feeling of, I'm actually kind of done with most of this, right? Oh well. I reached the location marked by my base computer. The remote archive terminal hums, awaiting my input. Attempting to read memory. The 3 of us journeyed to the center. The Sentinel, the First Spawn, and the Traveler, all children of the Atlas, all hoping for some answer in the void. Well, the Sentinel as well. Okay. The First Spawn would not stop talking, would not stop glorifying their cruel life of brutality and pain. One night they sang a song, a tale of a lost people, of an armada of freighters fleeing the abyss. Of a world where every sentinel turned against every living thing, annihilating them all within moments. Laylips showed no sign of understanding. It did not leave us, nor did it try and explain. Perhaps the sentinels were right. What's that even supposed to mean? That felt like it was building upon something that I had heard before, but I don't think I have. Search the physical cache. Whoever recorded this message also left a piece of technology. Cyclotron module. Okay. I guess that's it. The additional data at the base computer. Okay. And this is an upgrade for the Cyclotron Ballista. That's for my multi-tool in theory, right? No. Wait, what? Oh. I don't have that weapon, though. Fiber optic oscillator. That is so strange to me. So is the idea to eventually just install all available upgrades? Not upgrades, but all available weapons on a starship? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Almost made it out without alerting the frickin' ships, but... Please stop annoying me. Well... Oh, hey. Not a high reward, but sure, let's do it.
Hostile ships approaching.
Bye-bye. Well, so I do want to return to my base computer next time, I guess, right, to finish up with the mission, but I also want to explore the rest of the system, I think. So, let's call on my freighter and save on there. Let's just land and... Ooh, that was a little bit, a little bit quick in terms of approaching it. Cool. Yeah, I think this is gonna be it for now. I feel like I did accomplish everything I wanted to. I don't know. It doesn't feel like I did too much overall, but still definitely enough to where it feels like I accomplished Well, I accomplished everything that I wanted to. Um, and now I guess my next objectives will be to continue with these missions and find out how many more base computer missions there actually are, because feel like I've already done quite a few and still currently giving me more and more, which is interesting. Um, I feel like I should slowly be getting to the end of that, but we'll see about that. But yeah, that's it. Let's see. Did it actually save? Yeah, that's a minute ago. So let's return to mode select. 1 minute ago. It's fine. Cool. That was really fun. I really, really, really enjoyed that mineral extraction base building stuff, especially because it felt so awesome being on this crazy Atlas rain planet in a system without a starbase, right? Where you really truly feel alone, no structures that you can find, and whatnot. Very, very little in terms of like crates and loot that would, suggest any sort of alien presence in the system. Um, so that was really awesome. Let's just hope that it actually works and not disconnects all of my cables. In theory, I mean, it should still store the stuff. Hopefully, we'll see about that. I mean, if it doesn't work, maybe I'll fidget around with the cable somewhat. Maybe there is a way to uh, make it work. Maybe the way I place those light cubes and uh, maybe I'll just, if it doesn't work, if the bug happens again, I think I'll just delete the switches and the light cubes and instead build the thing that makes the cables invisible. Would be less interesting overall, I think, but if it solves the bug, then obviously I would want to do it. And then hopefully I now have an unlimited resource of cadmium at my disposal whenever I need it. Which at least will serve as a way to repair my starship if it gets damaged somehow. Otherwise, I don't know whether or not I will need that much cadmium. I also now have reached a point where, except for a couple of smaller upgrades here and there, everything feels quite comfortable in terms of what I can do. So I'm not super sure if I need that many more materials. I definitely still somehow want to automate the process of getting more um, frigate fuel, which would require both uh, tritium and dihydrogen. I don't know if there is a way to extract those, though. That might be something that I can look into next. But before I do that, as I said, I definitely want to continue with my current objectives. And then, yes, obviously, I would like to upgrade my freighter a lot, right? Being able to, well, it's already really, really awesome that I can use my exocraft anywhere if I park the freighter in the given system. But obviously, the freighter needs upgrades for its hyperdrive to be able to also warp to red stellar systems first, and then also the other ones as soon as I unlock those for my starship as well. And then I think there were like two or three other upgrades that I would like to have in terms of being able to just, move stuff around and whatnot if you have your freighter available. That will depend, though, on how easy or difficult it is to grab, right, to actually get that salvage frigate data. Considering that I do have quite a bit of units, it might not be the worst idea to spend them on more frigates and build another one of those frigate modules to then be able to send out, two or three expeditions at once. Though obviously that would then also require more frigate fuel, which would then in turn probably mean that I definitely want to look into a way to get more tritium into hydrogen for the frigate fuel. But still, those things are things that are in the future. That being said, it was a lot of fun. I currently, let me check. Oopsie, almost lost my controller there. I've currently planned to play No Man's Sky again on Sunday, and I think I'm going to keep it at that. I might do some extra streams either tomorrow or Saturday to maybe finally get back into Divinity Original Sin. That does depend on what I do within Final Fantasy XIV though as well, because I do still have a couple things to do there. Might want to look at the Criterion dungeons again. That will also depend on other people though. So I think, as always, keep an eye out for my stream schedule. I will update that if anything changes. Other than that, I will be back on Sunday with more No Man's Sky, which will then probably be more missions, hopefully getting back into the main mission as well. And Sunday evening, of course, will be more Dragon Songs Reprise prog, hopefully with us getting way further into Phase 6 of the fight. Yeah, it's been a bunch of fun. Thanks for watching. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye.